Oh shit, people are already. All right. What is going on, everybody? Oh, there's the cold open right there. We are amazing. We are live on day one of the 2024 MLB Draft. My name is Jamie Cameron, joined by Jeremy Nygaard and Eo Tollefson. What's up, guys? How are you?
Not much. We made it. Here we are.
Yeah,
Draft day.
let's go.
We are here on draft day. Picks are about to get started. We are fired up. We're going to be live streaming throughout the entire day one. It's going to be an absolute marathon. So before we jump in and preview and the picks get going here, I want to make sure we take a few minutes to kind of orient folks to exactly what we're going to be doing over the next 3, 4, 5 hours. So we are going to be live streaming and giving live reactions to all of the day one picks with a particular focus on the Chicago Cubs, the Milwaukee Brewers, and the Minnesota Twins. And we'll be having some awesome guests. Spencer Michaelis from Brewer Fanatic will jump on to talk about the Brewers picks with us. Matt Trueblood from Northside Baseball will be jumping on to talk about Cubs picks with us. Already see that we have some comments and questions in the chat. So for everyone joining us, welcome. We appreciate you checking it out. Really excited to get going here. Jake, nice to see you, man. Hope everything is good. Anthony says, Jeremy, I'm going to hit you with a question right off the bat. At 16 with Miami, what are you guys' thoughts on them getting either Vance Honeycutt, Billy Amick, or PJ Morlando? Jeremy, got any Miami Marlins hot take?
I don't. I mean, I would assume all three of those guys should be available.
For sure.
Last year, what they did, I thought was real impressive with how they got two of the top prep pitchers in all of the draft.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any great intel to know what they're thinking this year. As I understand it, I think there's been some upheaval in that draft room. So it's kind of hard to, really know that there's a special way that they're going to go. But I mean, if they backed up what they did last year and did something similar and were the first team or the second team probably to pop a prep pitcher in this draft, I think that would be kind of fun too, even though the prep pitching demographic is a little bit lighter now than it was 4 hours ago.
For sure. Lighter than it was 4 hours ago. And let's dig into that for a second. Anthony, my take on the Marlins is they have been connected with college bats. That is certainly a sweet spot where they are picking at 16. Someone like a Cam Smith, someone like a Ryan Waldschmidt, I think would be a good pick for the Marlins. That's a little rich for me for Billy Amick. He's 40th on the consensus board, which is available at Fish on First as well. You can find a Marlins themed version of that resource there if you just Google consensus draft board Fish on First. Seth those up in the comments already advocating for a switch pitcher, Jurangelo Sinja. Jeremy, he was mocked to the Twins a couple of times. I want to say this morning as Rob Manfred makes his way to the podium here to get us kicked off. Any reaction or thoughts on the Twins going with a switch pitcher from Curacao?
Well, I just do know that our draft trackers are equipped to handle that because it kind of broke it when he was drafted by the Brewers a couple years ago. So I think, like Seth kind of believes the fascination of how you develop a switch pitcher because that's new. But I think we're both kind of under the same impression that he's going to be a right-handed starting pitcher. So, we'll see if that's the way they go. If they go college pitcher, I don't know if that's my preference, but we'll find out here in a couple hours.
Got some hot juice, Jeremy, whether we believe it or not. Seeing some notifications that per sources, JJ Wetherholt will not be the Guardians selection at number 1. We will see how credible that is in just a moment. It was certainly rumored that the Guardians were maybe going to go Wetherholt with an underslot deal at number 1, but some rumblings on the old Twitter machine that Wetherholt will not be the pick. So we will see.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna believe that Bazana goes first and Wetherholt drops to 4 then, huh?
4
Something
possibly.
like that, yeah.
Yep. 4 possibly. We got some more questions and comments in the chat. Zach Miller, what demographic do you expect the Twins to select at 21, Jeremy? Any thoughts?
I mean, like I said last night, if I had to bet on it, I'm taking college hitter, right?
Yep.
But I think a prep pitcher would be fun, and I think that might be the first. I mean, not the first spot, but a sweet spot to see a prep hitter go. So there has been some overnight kind of rumblings on the prep hitters. One in particular that's been rumored to go to the Twins going a little bit higher.
Yes, sir.
So we'll see what happens.
I'm going to pull this question up real quick since we have a limited amount of time. Joe, I might butcher your last name.
Thibodeau.
Last name.
Thibodeau,
Thank
come
you.
on.
All right. Thank you for helping me. Who should we not want the Guardians to take at number 1 overall?
Anybody good, right?
Well, that's unfortunate because that's what happens. It's always someone good at the top or not.
I mean, I think Charlie Condon's the best player, so I hope it's just not Charlie Condon.
So the interesting thing there, Jeremy, and you and I have been of that opinion throughout the draft, but Condon was consensus number 1 for the majority of the spring season. The Guardians are now on the clock, and he was overtaken by Travis Bazana for the consensus number 1 spot right down the home stretch. And it's hard to kind of ascertain whether that is folks trying to read the tea leaves with what the Guardians might do there, or whether that's actually folks' kind of final rankings, right? But I do want to touch on something real quick, or a question or something, Jeremy, I know you found interesting before the Guardians pick here. William Schmidt, a name that was connected with the Twins, a prep right-handed pitcher out of Louisiana, tweeted just a few hours before the draft that he was honoring his commitment to LSU. I know that you were a little skeptical of that at first, but it seems now that the latest news on Schmidt is that he's withdrawn his name from the draft altogether. Funny because he was connected to the Twins in an overnight rumor. So, Jeremy, curious to get your take on that.
Yeah, so when we were talking about this earlier today, Josh Bell was actually the name that came to mind. I believe it was 2011. The day before, 2 days before the draft, he sent letters to all the teams saying he was going to honor his commitment to, I think it was Texas or Texas Arlington. He went in the second round. He signed for $5 million. And so that was my first thought. Like, I know that if you don't check certain boxes in the draft process, you're not eligible to be drafted. But officially withdrawing, like that's a relatively new thing, apparently, if it even is a new thing. So I'm kind of curious to see the timing of that. Is interesting from the perspective of how do you handle someone like that? Like you spent time on him, right? It's an agency pushing you to do a certain thing, and so he bails on the draft, and everybody just removes him from the draft board. Or if he's still eligible to be taken, you take him as an insurance for something else. But for me, it's bad advice. It's bad advice that you eliminate an option before it's even an option, and I don't like that for any player in this draft.
Anthony, we're going to hit your questions in the chat real quick. Thanks for your patience. So another couple questions.
First one at the top.
There you go.
Presuming you're a Marlins fan, just based off of what you've been asking specifically, if it's showing up here. Okay, his first one is at 16 with Miami. What are you guys thinking? What they would reach, either Honeycutt, Bill Amick, or PJ Maldonado?
So we got that one. I think Theo.
Okay, that's when I was away. Apologies.
No, you're great.
So I think the other one he had here. Let's see. What is one prospect that's solidified first round pick that you guys can see getting drafted higher than we projected in their slot?
Yeah, I think the overnight movement, and Jeremy, you can offer a different thought here if you have one, has been Theo Gillen, who was someone that was connected heavily with the Twins the last few days leading up to the draft. He's now been appearing much more in the teens. Christian Moore is another guy who move rapidly up the board from kind of like top 30 range to, I think he finished in the teens on our consensus board and has even been rumored to go to the Angels as high as 8 overall. Jeremy, anyone else you want to throw out there?
Just a couple other names I saw higher than I'd seen before. I'd seen Waldschmidt in the top 10, rumored to be a underslot. And I believe I saw Malcolm Moore in the teens. That would be another kind of departure from what the consensus board says. But like I said earlier, it's kind of a puzzle, and you can't really judge the whole puzzle until you've seen all the pieces. So taking a guy earlier than expected to pay him less, so you can have another guy float is something that teams will do. And I'm curious to see how quickly we see it. If it's Bazana here, the Guardians will still have some money, right? But not nearly as much money as if they took Wetherholt.
So real quick, Anthony, on your Konnor Griffin question, there's no chance. There's no chance he's fallen. Hearing, guys, that it is going to be Travis Bazana with the number 1 overall pick for the Cleveland Guardians. That is not officially official until we hear it for the podium. But Jeremy, your thoughts if it's Travis Bazana at number 1 overall? Here comes Manfred.
That's what I said a number of times, most recently in these last couple mocks I did. So I think that makes me 1 for 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to get the official word here in just a second.
Yep. There it is.
There it is, Travis Bazana. You heard it here a little bit ahead of time. Yeah, that puts the Cincinnati Reds on the clock at number 2. Keep the comments and questions coming, guys. Stephen B says Brecht or bust. I'm really fascinated to see where Brody Brecht goes. Stephen also says Miami usually takes a pitcher high. They sure do. We'll be fascinated to see where he ends up. Jeremy, let's do this real quick. Let's break down a little bit of Bazana chat. This is relevant, especially if you're a Twins fan, right? Because the Guardians were, they lucked out seriously in the draft lottery, right? Moving up to number 1, their bonus pool is over $18 million. They own this draft, and they still are going to have a ton of money and picks to do whatever they want, pretty much. But what are your thoughts on Bazana and what he's going to bring to the Guardians organization?
I think that, you follow the board, right? And there's not, Bazana probably doesn't go top 5 last year, right? So a little bit weaker draft in that sense. Sounds like he's going to go for the lesser of a price than Condon potentially. Mm-hmm. And so the Guardians will still have money, right, to play around. Hitting home runs, it'll be interesting to see how that power translates professionally, because I think that everything was a little more power heavy this year. I guess my hesitancy is he's a second baseman, right? So he's not playing a premium position. Mm-hmm. He obviously is going to be able to hit, but there's going to be a lot of pressure on that ability, right? And so I don't mind that pick. That's where I had the Guardians going. Mm-hmm. I just feel like if it's not a premium position, there's a ton of pressure on the bat, and I just think Condon was better. So, but again, comes down to the price tag, and we heard Bazana or Wetherholt for a long time. Yep. And they must have just decided that whatever that final price is, and I'm assuming we'll hear that price relatively quickly, that they were comfortable with it. So he's going to be a good player, I think, and good for the Guardians for winning the lottery and taking what your consensus board said was the best prospect.
Yes, sir. Just to whip through, we have a shocker, a little bit of a surprise, I think, at number 2. If we want to spoil that pick in just a second. Just to whip through some Bazana numbers here: 416, 574, 935. Good for a 1.512 OPS, 74 walks and 34 strikeouts in 58 games. That was through regional play when I last wrote him up. So a solid pick there for the Guardians. As you mentioned, they lucked out. I want to hit Zach's question real quick before we talk number 2. Zach Miller: is Condon a left fielder long-term? or is there a chance he sticks at third base? I'll be curious for you guys' takes, but I think any drafting organization is going to give him a chance to start at third first, and he's going to move down the defensive spectrum if and when that's necessary. Jeremy, any difference of opinion there before we talk number 2?
Nope, I agree with you wholeheartedly. But let me read my projection for the Reds in my second or my final line.
I'll tell you if you're right.
I know where this pick is, so that's why I'm reading it.
Okay.
Cincinnati Reds, Charlie Condon. The fall shouldn't be a long one for Condon unless Cincinnati goes pitcher.
Hey-o. Cincinnati, it sounds like, is taking right-handed pitcher Chase Burns out of Wake Forest with a number 2 overall pick. Chase Burns is the pick for the Reds. You alluded to it there, Jeremy, in your final mock. Is this a little bit of a surprise?
Sort of. But I think, the rumors that we had heard kind of leading up to this, when it becomes about money, is that it sounded like Charlie Condon was dead set on signing for more than whatever was it Dylan Cruz signed for last year.
Yep.
And it wasn't even it's not even full slot. But if the Reds want to shave a little bit off that, you get the top pitcher, arguably the top pitcher. I think we might make that argument. But Chase Burns is good. They have a ton of bats, and you throw Burns into that mix, and he's a top of the rotation type guy. So I kind of like the move for the Reds. It doesn't make me wonder what the heck the Rockies are going to do.
It's official.
Because I thought the Burns to Rockies fit was perfect.
That's been so locked in on every single mock draft. Burns to the Rockies. That is not a possibility. Let's talk about Burns real quick. Take a look at his consensus board right up here. Again, you can find that at Twins Daily, Brewer Fanatic, Northside Baseball. If you're a Cubs fan, Fish on First. If the Marlins are your team, Burns up to 102 with a fastball, 19 inches of vertical break on that pitch. One note I'd make here as we're talking through the college pitchers, the college baseball will augment that movement a little bit. Don't expect that to kind of carry over and replicate in pro ball. Also, an absolutely nightmarish slider for Chase Burns, throws it around 90 miles an hour. Change up that he threw less than 5% of the time, but an absolutely dominant 2024 season. Skeensian type dominance. Seth, you're funny. Seth says in the comments, Condon is falling. Do you think he can get to 21 or 33?
So
no, probably not.
That's funny in itself, but at some point, and it's like maybe it's 3, but I'm looking at the board and I'm like, could he drop to the Nationals? Like the Nationals just traded for an extra pick. They got this extra money.
Yeah.
Could they have said, "Hey, buddy, we're gonna give you that record, and we're gonna get you down to 10, so don't come off that demand and scare the other teams into it." And we've seen good players fall, and that's the whole manipulating your bonus pool, manipulating your draft pool. And I think the Rockies at this point, I mean, on my board, I had it as Burns, but I said Kag seems Rocky-ish, and I value left-handed pitchers. So for me, it's
Kags or Hagen.
Kags or Hagen.
Wrong.
Is it the Chris Bryant redo?
Word is that the Rockies are going to select
Charlie Condon.
Georgia third baseman outfielder Charlie Condon with the number 3 overall pick.
Not surprised.
In the 2024 draft. Charlie Condon in Coors Field is kind of a scary proposition eventually. And interesting too, because the Rockies have attempted the strategy, which I think everyone has pegged them for here recently, right? Which is they're going to try and draft arms because it's hard to sign arms. Not a particularly huge payroll. And so they're trying to draft their own to develop them. But I think if you have Charlie Condon sitting there at number 3, that feels hard to pass up on, even if Hagen Smith is also there, who had a similarly dominant season to Chase Burns, who is number 6 on our board by consensus overall. So Rockies take the consensus number 2 player with a number 3rd pick, or in a number 3 pick, excuse me.
And the Rockies have the second highest bonus pool. So they will, because they have some extra picks. Yeah, and I think he'll get the money that he wants, and that was kind of the why he wasn't in consideration for Cleveland, right? Is because he wanted to break Cruz's record, and I think he'll be able to do that with the Rockies. They'll just have to shave a few bucks off one of their next 2 picks.
That won't be a problem for them.
All right, you guys.
They've never gone over their pool, right, Jamie?
The Rockies have never, one of 2 teams who have never spent into the 5% overage that you're allowed from your draft pool. So if folks aren't familiar with this extremely nerdy rule, whatever your total draft pool is, you can spend up to 5% more than that. And the only penalty you incur is a 75% tax on the overage that you spend. Anything more than 5%, and you start to lose draft pick compensation as a penalty. Every single team but 2 in Major League Baseball has spent into their overage at some point, and the only 2 that have never done it are the Colorado Rockies and the Minnesota Twins. So it will be interesting to see what the bonuses end up here for Bazana, for Chase Burns, and for Charlie Condon 1, 2, and 3. Really appreciate all the comments and questions in the chat here, guys. Keep them coming. If you have a strong opinion on who's going number 4 overall, put it in the chat before we know who it's going to be.
So we can break them down, and if they're not, then we have them ready for whoever gets them.
Joseph says, I simply cannot take the Rockies seriously.
Fair.
Science, yeah.
Rockies, Royals.
There it is. I mean, as Twins fans, it's probably the best thing that Condon goes now and doesn't fall 2 more slots.
Not mad.
Just because the White Sox, I don't know if they would be able to develop him, but he'd still be just a big power threat within division for years to come. So,
yeah, that's a great point, Theo. I agree. I'd much rather keep him out the central. Oh my goodness gracious! Can you believe this, dude? Okay.
The A's are coolest too.
The A's. Number 4. Okay, let's get these last guesses in on the number 4 pick. I'm seeing Braden Montgomery, JJ, Seth Beer. Good one, Nick.
So we can look over Condon stuff real quick again.
It's like a Seth Beer draft pick.
I can't believe. Yeah, that is a little bit of a shocker in my opinion.
I thought this guy was going to drop.
It was rumored. Let's quickly cover Condon. We're doing a terrible job of digging into our picks here. So Condon 446, 566, 1.036. That's his slug, not his OPS. 1602 ops with 36 home runs, 55 walks, and just 39 strikeouts in his first 57 games of 2024. That is video game numbers. I'm really excited to see what his transition to pro ball looks like. Let's talk about pick 4. It's the Athletics. It seems like the Athletics are taking who, Jeremy, at number 4?
Wake Forest first baseman Nick Kurtz.
Wouldn't be my choice there.
I had Kurtz going 13 to the Giants just because he's a first base only guy. Keggs, I think, has the ability to maybe play a little bit in the outfield. Kurtz doesn't. So, looking at Oakland draft,
everyone's mock draft ruined. We have Kurtz at 11th overall by consensus.
Oh, was he 11? I thought he was 10.
No, he's 10.
Oh, 10. I'm so sorry. I'm looking at the row number. So Kurtz had a high ranking of 7 and a low of 17. That was at Fangraphs. Jeremy, I know we've talked about this a ton, but I think it's fair to say, do not love a first base only profile a la Spencer Torkelson. Kurtz definitely had some. I keeping on scrolling down to his stuff. Kurtz definitely had some injury stuff going on this year. Still had a strong season overall. He is an excellent defensive first baseman, but but if you're taking a first base defensive only profile this high, the bat has to mash. And that feels like a little bit of a risky play there. Curious for you guys' thoughts.
Yeah, just from a numbers perspective, he's 10th, right? And so I would guess this signing comes with significant savings.
Yep.
And we got a comment that says Braden Montgomery's number 4. So unless we got bad info.
Possible.
Are we all basing it off of former guest Jojo Wales tweets? Because that is where we're getting it from. Just so our viewers are aware that Jojo Oil, former guest of the show, has tweeted out that Nick Kurtz is going to be A's draft pick. Now that could be wrong. They could have made a last-second decision and be like, nah. But we'll see.
So under the assumption that it is Kurtz, I mean, we're talking, the slot's worth $8.3 million. If he's signing for even $6.5 million, you can now turn their 40th pick, which is $2.3 million, into what would amount to be the 20th slot at 4.1. Mm-hmm. So they can float a guy. I would think if they had the wherewithal to do that, and maybe they don't. But I'm curious to see what actually goes on here, because I don't think that intel is usually wrong. I think it's usually spot on.
Yeah.
Let's wait and see.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, fascinating though, because when we all of the mocks in recent days had gotten to this kind of conclusion, which was we're going to see 4 guys go in the top 4 in some order, and that's going to be Bazana, Condon, Wetherholt, and Cags, and we've already kind of had the upset the apple cart there. And so it just makes me wonder how chaotic things are going to be when we get past pick 10 or 11 towards the teams that, we typically focus on with our coverage, which is the Cubs, the Brewers, and the Twins, who pick up 14, 17, and 21. It just feels like the board is going to be already upside down by then. So we got the pick coming for the A's officially. I see Manfred. It's Kurtz. Okay. Should we talk about number 5?
Well, this is the pick that I don't want to see the White Sox make.
I agree. I think this is an indicator, and we talked about this, Jeremy, on the show a bit. The White Sox have one of the best pitching prospects in baseball, right? In Noah Schultz, a big kind of Chris Sale type of lefty, lanky, a lot of limbs. The ball's coming at you in at a difficult angle, and they are about to double up on potentially dominant left-handed pitchers, and I think this is a great pick if I'm the White Sox, and I want to get you guys' takes on this too, but it sounds like the White Sox are going to select left-handed pitcher Hagen Smith at number 5 overall out of Arkansas. Jeremy, your thoughts on Smith as a pick for the White Sox at 5?
I loved it because I thought, for me, I'm taking him before Burns. Burns.
Yeah, we both had him as starting pitcher 1.
Smith goes 5. I'd heard anyway that the Royals really liked him. He seems so much like a Cardinals type draft pick. So they get a great pick at 5. And I mean, I think you can judge specific picks on teams that you're going to see, right? And I would have loved to see anybody else go before Hagen Smith as someone that cheers against the White Sox. So Good pick for the White Sox. In a vacuum, it's a good pick, and on the whole, I think it's going to turn out to look even better.
Let's talk about Hagen Smith a little bit. 6'3", 225, left-handed pitcher, threw 7 no-hitters in his senior year of high school, which is a factoid I always enjoy sharing. Super loud stuff. Fastball's up to 98. Has touched 100. A little bit of effort in the delivery. Definitely funky. Definitely difficult for hitters to pick up. His slider is a nasty, nasty pitch, especially for left-handed hitters. Just coming across your body, no one kind of knows what to do with that. I think, Jeremy, and we talked about this a bit. The one kind of orange flag, right? Not red flag with Smith, is he has had Tommy John surgery before. It's possible that some folks use that as a tiebreaker between him and Burns when it comes to, injury history. But he improved his strike throwing significantly in 2024 and had just a really loud season.
In the best conference in baseball, right?
With the best conference in baseball, yes, sir. Wow. Hagen Smith and Noah Schultz. That is scary stuff. And I know we are wont to not take the White Sox seriously. Also noteworthy that the White Sox, who I believe have 71 losses by the All-Star break, which is incredibly an incredible accomplishment, cannot pick higher than 10th overall in 2024 because they are a large market team and they have a lottery pick this year. So that feels like a stiff penalty there. But they really need this pick to work out for them. The highest they can pick next year is 10th overall. That is likely where they end up selecting. But Hagen Smith feels like a slam dunk for the Sox.
So I'm curious to see what happens here.
What are we doing now, dude?
Well,
no idea.
And the tweet that says "Whelp, blow up your boards" after number 5 suggests that things might get crazier quicker.
Okay, so drafting at number 6, we have the Kansas City Royals, who traded away the 39th overall pick to the Washington Nationals for a middle reliever, which is a choice. Who do you guys think the Kansas City Royals are taking at 6? I welcome guesses in the chat because I think all of us are going to be wrong. Cags? Wetherholt?
Rainer? I mean, is it Rainer time?
Joseph Czar says Wetherholt. Makes sense. RJ says Cags.
So according to the consensus board, the top available will be JJ Wetherholt 3, Cags 5, Braden Montgomery 7, Bryce Rainer 8, Konnor Griffin 9.
Sounds like it's going to be Cags for the Royals at 6.
Okay. And I would hope that they give him an opportunity to play a little right field.
Another first base, likely a first base only profile. Absolutely incredible raw power. Jack Caglione, Florida first baseman and left-handed pitcher. I'll be curious to see what the Royals do with him, but I doubt he'll be pitching as a pro. 6'5", 245 pounds. Some of the best the best exit velocities in college baseball. I think he was up to 121 miles per hour exit velocity this year. Just hits home runs and pretty much nothing else. I don't know. This is not a profile that I love. There's a ton of chase in it. He kind of swings at everything. And Jeremy, I know we disagreed on Caglione. I preferred Kurtz to Caglione, and I think you prefer Caglione because of the arm and the history as a two-way player and a pitcher. Thoughts on
the
this?
Athletic ability, right?
Sure.
I mean, he's a better athlete. I think there's a better chance that he plays right field and Kurtz plays third base or left field. But yeah, I mean, this is the draft, and neither of them feel like super high upside types. The problem is that you're not loaded with prep options. Braden Montgomery had the ankle injury, which I think might have maybe scared some teams off anyway. And then you still have Wetherholt, which I think maybe makes sense at this point for the Cardinals if they choose to go college. Otherwise, it's I think either Griffin or Rainer are really in the mix here too.
Yo, if I'm the Cardinals, I feel great right now picking at 7th, right? You have JJ Wetherholt on the board, the number 3 consensus player. You have Braden Montgomery, number 7th on the board, and then you have both of the 2 top-ranked prep players. Bryce Rainer actually ended up the higher ranked at 8 overall. Konnor Griffin at 9. Jeremy, going to put you on the spot. Who do you think the Cardinals are taking at 7?
Well, with no intel, I'm going to guess JJ Wetherholt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see how they pass up on him.
Well, they. Is that
Is it a good time to bring our first guest on? If someone who is a Cubs expert wants to weigh in on the Cardinals potentially getting JJ Wetherholt, would now be a good time to bring him on?
I don't see any reason why we wouldn't.
Yeah, get True Blood in here.
Welcome.
There he is.
Hey, guys.
World famous Matt Trueblood.
World famous. That can't possibly be true. Let's keep it very regional.
Regionally famous.
There we go. I'll accept it.
Yeah.
How's it going, buddy?
It's going fine. I am infamously in Cub circles not a Cardinal hater. So JJ Wetherholt, good for them. Maybe. I mean, we'll see if they actually pull that trigger or not. But
we've got a little bit of a lag, I think. This is the first kind of lag we've had between picks here. So
so they're definitely taking their time.
Yep. Fascinated.
Well, I mean, the Royals haven't announced their pick yet, so
right.
No, it's just going off of what we're hearing.
Who are they taking them? I missed that part.
Caglione from Florida State. Florida.
It's been interesting so far, right? I mean,
yeah.
There wasn't exactly chalk for this draft, but it's off chalk if there was chalk.
Yes, sir. Sure is.
I mean, Kurtz going 4 that was weird. But I mean, Burns plus or minus 1, he went 2nd. Condon, I think we expected to go 2nd. He went 3rd. Hagen Smith, I think those guys all fit in that range, right? It's just Kurtz going when he went. That was Oakland. That was the A's being the A's.
Are they picking in comp round A or B?
They have, I think, the last comp round B pick. Yeah, they picked 73rd, but they also have the first pick of the second round, which is 40.
Right. Yeah, I guess. To me, it's like Kurtz, you clearly get some extra money to push down, try and float somebody, but you don't have a real good pick to float somebody too. So it's an interesting. I don't know.
Matt, people are throwing you shade in the chat already. True Blood is busy mixing cut-ups of his kiddo's first base stretches.
Wow.
You have been here for 2 minutes, and
I posted one clip, man. One clip, which, by the way, it's not like I don't even have the skills to do that if I wanted to. They got apps now.
Way to go, Joseph.
Right.
Automatically detected highlights. I just show off because
Jamie's already told his kids, like, you don't have to be able to field, so just hit. If you can hit, they'll find a spot for you. So he just practices the hitting.
That's right. Better believe it.
Pitch is the key I'm finding. I mean,
all right. Doyle says that the Cardinals are indeed going to be going with JJ Wetherholt.
Okay, JJ Wetherholt going number 7 overall to the St. Louis Cardinals. He was ranked 3rd overall by consensus behind Travis Bazana and Charlie Condon. West Virginia, second baseman / shortstop, actually slid over to shortstop this year, 21 years old, 5'10", 190, left-handed hitting. Matt, maybe we can start with you and get your thoughts on JJ Wetherholt to the Cardinals. How do you like the pick, man?
It feels like a really Cardinals pick too. Obviously, you can say that, but it's like we don't know what a top 10 Cardinals pick is supposed to look like. They haven't done this in 2 decades or something. So it's what I think fits their profile is they go in the second, in the third round. I mean, a few years ago, they grabbed Joshua Baez, right? They love to go tools crazy, but not maybe with their top pick, not as the premium asset of their draft class.
Mhm.
And with Wetherholt, it's more of that balanced package. I mean, I personally love a left-handed hitter who plays up the middle. That's always exciting. You know, Brooks Lee is sort of that. So that fits sort of checks a lot of boxes for them, and just they're going to try and stay competitive over a short-term window here. They're hoping last year is a blip that's not repeated for a long time. So get somebody who's probably pretty quick to the majors. Maybe it's not the highest impact possibility you could have found here, but it's a lot of intriguing stuff in one thing.
Yeah. Jeremy, before we get your reaction to this pick, just some additional details on Wetherholt that I think are relevant. He was the number one consensus player coming into the season. Soft tissue injuries derailed his playing time, in particular a lingering hamstring strain that limited the number of games he was able to play. Certainly one of the best hit tools in the class and some of the best bat to ball skills in the class. Similar profile to Bazana, except Bazana a more fly ball, pull heavy, batted ball profile than Wetherholt. Jeremy, what are your thoughts on the Cardinals grabbing Wetherholt at 7th?
Good addition to their organization, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just, when you have injuries like that can be something that happens one time and never happens again, or it can be something that happens repeatedly. And I think that's the scarier part. Is this is a huge investment, and what's your return on that investment going to be? The baseball player's a really good baseball player. I don't think that there would be a huge argument that there's the potential that he becomes the best baseball player out of this class. And so the reality is that you got to balance those two things, and that's why he dropped to 7. And I think he'll be really good. I think the Cardinals will do a good job developing him. And if he has to move over on the other side of back to 2nd, that's okay. But I think you start him as a shortstop, and he probably moves pretty fast if he can stay healthy. So
absolutely
good pick for the Cardinals at 7. Great value. Like you mentioned, made it up to 3rd of the consensus board, and anywhere from 1 to 9. So this was a range that I think we can say, yep, that makes sense.
Yep. Okay. The Angels.
This is who knows what the Angels do.
The Angels are up next at 8. Are they going to go under slot and draft a guy who they can promote to the majors 3 weeks from now? Really curious for
It's really possible that they do that, because they seem to just make a habit out of that now. But then, what does that mean for that player's longevity if you rush them up to the majors when they've only been in the minors for 3 weeks?
Right.
So the other question is there anybody that really fits that theme?
Well,
James Tibbs was the guy that I decided to fit into that theme.
Mm-hmm.
When I paired him with the Angels at 8 on my last mock. But for me, I just don't think there actually is anybody that really fits that, and they got to go somewhere else. And Braden Montgomery to me makes too much sense.
I agree.
I just
they're not going with him.
Angels.
They're going with Christian Moore.
Stop.
Yeah,
Stop
not
it.
kidding. No, I'm not kidding. That's what's been reported.
I'm curious to see if that. So Christian Moore had an excellent spring, and he climbed, and that was a Jamie call for a long time. Like we're gonna see Christian Moore climb into the middle of the first round, because he wasn't even projected to be a first round pick, and then he climbed up into the middle, and then he climbed up higher, and then the stuff overnight was him kind of falling back into the late teens or the 20s. So if you watched him though at Tennessee in the College World Series, he looked the part.
So let's talk about Christian Moore. This is a little bit of a shocking pick, in my opinion. Nothing is shocking in the draft. This is a little bit rich for me. Moore, we have 15th on the board, as you alluded to, Jeremy. It was a massive rise there. He had a high ranking of 12 in the boards that we track, and a low of 37. That low was Keith Law. Just put up absolutely massive numbers. I'm going to pull his numbers really quick for the year at Tennessee. Bear with me for a second. So sorry. Through Super Regionals, 376, 453, 796. I mean, how do you even analyze college baseball numbers? 32 home runs, 35 walks, and 45 strikeouts in 66 games. I wrote in my last write-up, I would expect interest to start in the teens. Apparently, that wasn't aggressive enough. I think the criticisms of Moore have been like a little bit of a stiff swing, and like maybe some challenges like with barrel manipulation as a pro, and then some contact concerns as a result of that. That's a really fascinating one. I was a huge Christian Moore Bobo throughout this spring, but 8 is wild.
Tell me what you guys think. If you've got a guy who's sort of steadily risen through the actual season, but he starts to get whatever the opposite of helium is right here the last couple of days before the draft, is that someone you especially maybe lock in on when you're drafting him above where he would normally be? Because he feels like the floor's falling out. Maybe you really got a deal on him and you can push a bunch of money down the board now. I mean, maybe.
And I think that would make a lot of sense. The Angels have the 9th largest pool, but they don't pick again until 45. So this isn't going to be a float one guy. This is going to be an approach where you're going to maybe do some more creative things on day 3. And the farther you get away, I think the farther you are away from your next pick, the harder it is to know anything, right? Mm-hmm. And so all these other teams that have this money saved are all going to get an opportunity to go back and get their guy before the Angels do. And that's when you start to play with fire. We'll never know. Like if they had a guy that they thought was going to fall and didn't. But I think your point is accurate. I just think it's going to be really hard for the Angels to pull that off.
Yeah, it's a little bit of the A's problem again, but maybe even more dramatic.
Well, the A's draft at 40 and at 73. The Angels just have one other pick tonight. They have the last pick tonight. They have the Shohei
make up for Ohtani, right?
Yeah.
So next up, guys, that I'm still kind of struggling to take that in a little bit. Although we should not be surprised by anything in the draft. We say it all the time. Next up, you have the Pittsburgh Pirates at 9, coming off Skeens at number 1, who is now starting the All-Star game. Has been everything you could possibly dream of and more. I think the Pittsburgh system is kind of hello dogs. The Pittsburgh system is kind of headlined by arms. You also have Braden Montgomery sitting here on the board, who just had an incredible 2024 season. Is that too simple to plug in Braden Montgomery at 9 for the Pirates, or thoughts on directions they might go?
Montgomery's not really available the rest of this year, right? That wasn't just a college season-ending injury. We're now looking toward 2025 for him.
I think that might be up in the air, right? Because I think they said recovery time 6 to 8 weeks, but it was a relatively clean version of that injury. And I'm by no means an expert on such things, but I would imagine, Matt, a sensible organization might just say, see you in 2025.
Okay, so now let's talk about what the Pirates would do. No, I do think it could still make sense. And obviously, you probably aren't thinking get him on the field in 2024 anyway, even if it is a quick return. But if I'm them, I'm kind of thinking about if I can't see him again until 2025 and assess what he looks like on the other side of this, it slows it down just a beat. And maybe I don't want to slow down because I'm at 500 going into the break and got Skeens and all of that.
Yep.
Right. I think that's where the pressure is, right? Is to find someone that can contribute quicker. I don't think it's that we're going to find someone to contribute this fall. Right. RJ says Tibbs. That makes sense to me.
I like that aggressive RJ. I like it.
I like Montgomery as a prospect more than Tibbs. But I think knowing what the Pirates are going to be faced with, their clock has started. And so They're going to get an extra pick next year. I would assume Paul Skeens is going to be the rookie of the year, right?
Yes.
And so they can kind of do what they want next year in the draft with a little bit extra money. And Tibbs, like I mentioned with the Angels, he makes sense as a faster mover. And I think if you're comparing those two, and if that's the tiebreaker, it works.
So real quick, I'm so sorry to cut across you. Just want to grab this question before we lose it from Stephen B. William Schmidt did officially withdraw from the draft. He is not available for selection, is my understanding. We talked about that a little bit off the top of the show. Matt, sorry, go ahead, man.
I was just going to ask, the Pirates didn't promote Skeens in time for the PPI, did they?
I don't know if they did.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not
sure. His debut
sure.
was like mid-May, so we should
He was
check on that, I guess. But.
Yeah, he debuted on May 11th.
But he's going to win Rookie of the Year and get the full year of service. So
that's the thing with the PPI is if you don't promote your guy in time, he can still get the full year assigned to him, and you don't get the bonus of having promoted him and given him the full year proactively. It's like if you weren't willing to roll the dice, then you don't get the reward.
Okay, so we can talk about
that, right?
Yeah, we can. Let's talk about the pick that's being reported for the Pirates. It sounds like they are taking prep shortstop and outfielder Konnor Griffin with the 9th overall pick. Griffin was 9th exactly on our board. Was a two-way guy in high school. 6'5", 210. Truly an incredible athlete. If you watch Konnor Griffin play and particularly watch him run, he's kind of a freak. I think the hit tool is what folks will have the most questions about, right? About the kind of raw bat to ball skills, but it's going to be like plus speed, plus defense, in particular if he's in center field. He was up to 97 on the mound. I think he stole like over 70 bases in like a 20-game high school season this year in Mississippi. So Konnor Griffin to the Pirates at 9. Your thoughts, guys, on that pick?
I think that the time makes sense. And for the Pirates, if it's best available, I think that's logical. Like I mentioned before, though, I think their timeline is better fit with a college guy, but you don't necessarily draft for need. You draft the most talent. You add the most talent in the organization. So, I think there's obviously going to be questions because he's a prep guy, but that's an exciting addition to an organization that's trending in the right direction.
Yep. Matt, your thoughts?
Does it feel like, Griffin interested me all throughout, but I didn't dig in really deep on it. But does it feel like he's the kind of guy who would have been like a clear top 5 prospect a decade ago or so, before more and more teams shifted toward this, model heavy approach where college bats are going to get that bump and prep guys who feel this far away get nudged down, especially if their question is hit tool, like you mentioned.
Yeah. So that's interesting that you brought that up, because he actually reminded me of another prospect more recent than that, and it's Elijah Green, who the Nationals took a couple of years ago ahead of Brooks Lee. And I remember having these conversations with Jeremy at the time about just how tantalizing the tools were, and he just has not been able to hit with consistency. I think that the Nationals took him at the time. I forget exactly where they took him overall. I want to say it was number 5 overall, maybe. But I agree. Yeah, like even as recently as a couple of years ago, we see an example of him, of that type of player, which is just like super tooled up prep player with contact concerns being drafted high. And yeah, we'll see. What do you think, Jeremy, of that kind of comp or callback for Elijah Green?
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I'd actually seen Konnor Griffin mock to the Nationals with that sort of skill set. So, yeah, I think that's fair.
There are different organizations who have more appetite and less for that kind of risk. But I think it used to be more widespread that that tool shed high school outfielder would go right to the top of your board.
Right. Bubba Starling is a comp that we actually had talked about a couple times on our pod, and that's why I think he made sense when people connected him with the Royals, even though that's been a long time.
So, how does Seth says both Mississippi guys? How does Konnor Griffin compare to Cooper Pratt? I don't think really similar profiles for me. Cooper Pratt felt like a fairly and relatively like polished and well-rounded prep profile compared to Griffin, where it's more raw and more just like kind of untamed athleticism. So for me, not necessarily similar profiles. Jeremy Nick in the chat also called out Bubba Starling as another example there. So speaking of the Nationals, because we've talked about them, they're on the clock now, the Nationals, and we've got, per the board, Braden Montgomery, who's ranked 7th overall by consensus, Bryce Rainer, who's actually the top prep prospect by consensus, 6'3", left-handed hitting shortstop out of Cali. And then if you want to go down the board a little bit more, you've got James Tibbs at 11, Trey Savage at 12, Seaver King at 13, and Cam Smith at 14. Nationals are up. An organization who I think it's fair to say has leaned into kind of athletic traits quite a bit with their drafting. Curious, fellas, what you think they might do with this 10th overall pick, especially given the context of landing the 39th pick from the Kansas City Royals yesterday for a middle reliever. Jeremy, your best guess for the Nats.
I mean, I have no intel here again. I've matched them with prep, and I matched them with on my final mock with Rainer. I think that makes sense. I do really like Montgomery. The fact that he's still on the board, is interesting to me. But they could go in a lot of different directions because they do have that extra bank full of money.
There are two things Mike Rizzo really likes. One is a high school tool shed, and two is a college player everyone knows is good who's sliding only because of injury. So how you're going to choose between Rainer and Montgomery, I really don't know.
Hey, we can each pick one and someone will be right.
Yeah, sound really, really good. I would probably lean Rainer too, though, in this spot. First of all, getting that 39th pick just yesterday, maybe they're looking for ways to make him a little more signable for them without, wrecking the rest of their class.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I also wonder about what they might do there, because Rainer has been in this relatively consistent position by consensus for a while, and of course that isn't necessarily indicative of what his bonus demands are going to be. But I can't imagine he would be. There's been no rumblings there, like with Schmidt, who we mentioned. William Schmidt withdrew. Oh, wowzers! Never mind. The Washington Nationals is selecting Wake Forest utility player Seaver King.
Hey,
with the 10th pick in the 2024 draft, guys, it's getting interesting.
It's not chalky.
Which is
really not.
Seaver King was the other guy with Christian Moore who'd kind of started to drop down mock drafts. Like, where's the right fit for him?
Mm-hmm.
But if we go back to what Matt said just a minute ago, right? Prep tool sheds or college guys who are dropping due to injury history. Seaver King, if there's any two players who are college tool sheds in this draft, it's Seaver King and it's Vance Honeycutt. And so from a traits perspective, I see the fit. King was ranked 13th overall by consensus. We will take a quick look here at his high and low ranking. So he's really consistently ranked. I'm seeing a low of 18 and a high of 11 for Seaver King. Let's talk about him just a little bit before we get you guys' reactions to this pick, so everyone can collect their thoughts. So a D2 transfer from Wingate, Seaver King. Played well on the Cape last year, mashed for the U.S. National Collegiate Team. This is some of the best tools, some of the best exit velocities in the college class, up to 112 miles per hour early in 2024. Does not strike out much, but does chase a lot. And we'll kind of need to rein that in. He hit 308, 377, 577, 33 extra base hits, including 16 home runs. He doesn't walk much and doesn't strike out much. Kind of able to get his bat on everything. And we said here he could go anywhere from pick 11 to the latter part of the first round, and we missed that by one. Guys, what do you think about Seaver King to the Nats? Is this a surprise? Does this fit? Curious for your reactions.
I guess I'm most interested to see what their next pick brings, because I think King's got to come with some savings. And so you mentioned Vance Honeycutt, where I don't know that there's a real good spot for him. Like, could this be something that they're trying to work out where Honeycutt drops even further? You're shaking your head no. Maybe not for Honeycutt, but a player like that, right? Yeah. Where they do something funky and they get the guy that they like. So yeah, I mean, like I said before, it's a piece of a puzzle. King, not my favorite prospect at this time on the board, but I'd like to see what Washington does the rest of the day before I get too crazy.
Michael Odell in the comments. Let's pull that real quick. He said, I thought King could have potentially been an option for the Twins at 21. I agree, Michael. We definitely talked about that, about like him as a guy who might potentially fall a little bit and could be in that kind of range in the latter part of the first round. But this qualifies as a surprise for me, guys, a little bit. I know there are no surprises, but this is a surprise.
Jamie, I have to ask you a real serious question.
Yes, sir.
At what point does Braden Montgomery's fall? Like, at what point can I start getting excited that he might be a Twin at 21? No, I can't. I can never get excited.
No, you might. If we get a pick, what are we at now? Who's up next? Hard to keep track. I gotta get off here.
Detroit is up next. Yes.
Oh, Detroit. If he makes it past Detroit, then Matt can get excited about him being a Cub. Because
that'd be a great pick for the Cubs.
That'd be an amazing.
But I'll tell you what, it's more in the personality of the Brewers. They don't let a guy who starts slide past them. They're big time value drafting organization. So that can be, Spencer can talk more about that later on.
Fair. Yeah. So what have we heard with the Tigers? They've long been on Caminiti
and Savage.
And overnight was the who was the rumor overnight? Theo Gillen.
Yep. No,
great.
Rainer.
Either of them.
Tigers are taking California Prep shortstop Bryce Rainer at number 11 overall. This really fits in, guys. So the Tigers had turnover in their kind of draft management guys before the last draft. And what we saw them lean into, what I think was a really strong top of their draft class. Obviously, they took Max Clark there at 3. They were going to take one of those top 5 guys. They used a little bit of savings from Max Clark to get Kevin McGonigal, who's actually a player I like a little bit more, in the 30s, an infielder out of Pennsylvania, just a really great pure hitter. And so they really leaned into the strong prep demographic in last year's class. Here they take Rainer, who is the second best player available by consensus. So let's talk about him a little bit, and then we'll do a quick whip around for reactions. So Rainer was a legit two-way guy from Harvard Westlake. Plenty of famous drafted alum there. Pete Crow Armstrong and Max Fried, who's up to 95 on the mound. Lucas Giolito. There you go.
And current Tiger Jack Flaherty.
There you go. Really seemed like he took a step forward offensively at the National High School Invitational in North Carolina this year. He was absolutely crushing it. Sounds like he's as close as we can get to a sure thing to stick at shortstop. So He gets kind of comps to Corey Seager, I think, as like a tall. I think that's just because he's a tall left-handed hitting shortstop. But thoughts on Bryce Rainer at or for the Tigers guys?
I think I like Rainer more than I like Max Clark. So good on the Tigers for not screwing it up. Not that they screwed up Max Clark, right? But
No.
Bryce Rainer, arguably the top prep, getting him at 11. Hard to argue with that.
Yeah, I think it's the Tigers have sort of run into a plateau in what is already the second straight rebuild because the first one just flat out didn't work. It's you just got to gather in as much talent as you can, and having a guy slip just a little bit from where he was expected to go right into your lap like this, I'm sure they feel really good about.
Seth is just trolling in the comments. I love it. He said, "Is Reina a better option for the Tigers down the stretch than Javi Baez?"
Okay,
Sad.
so do this.
Might be offensively, but he's got to develop that glove.
Highlight his last comment because I just saw something across my Twitter feed. 703, we can't have nice things.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
As a Viking fan, Jordan Addison just got arrested in California.
So we're talking about the MLB draft, Jeremy. The
Well,
MLB
if we want to
draft.
talk about
We're going to wander off
semi-related
topic.
sad
Let's talk
news,
heroes.
Yeah.
Correa's not going to be in the All-Star game, and Corey Seager's replacing him. So that would have been a lot more on topic of we can't have nice things.
There you go.
But,
Well, hey.
Seth, your words really ring true to a lot of things right now, and
I was going to
we
say.
appreciate that.
Oh, man. Cody, Showman, welcome. JD, why did William Schmidt do me dirty? That was a very funny 12-hour rumor that the Twins were interested in William Schmidt. The Boston Red Sox are selecting Texas A&M outfielder Braden Montgomery with the number 12 pick. The Red Sox are the first. I think they're the first winner in this first round. There's no way you would have projected. One would have projected that Braden Montgomery would be there at 12. Number 7 overall on the consensus board. Let's talk about him a little bit here before I hop off. 6'2", 220, switch hitter, moved from Stanford to Texas A&M, one of the best athletes in the draft class. Big arm. Saw a massive increase in his walk rate and improvements in his approach. And just had a really dominant offensive season that helped buoy A&M to a college World Series championship series berth. So Red Sox, do we count them as the first winners of the night, guys? Getting Braden Montgomery about 4, 5, 6 picks later than we might have expected him to go.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
it makes all the sense in the world. I didn't think about the Red Sox, but it almost feels like this was his floor. He was never going to fall any further than this. So,
yeah. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to. So we're coming up on pick 13 here, which is going to be San Francisco, who've been heavily. Jeremy, you can take it away from here. I'm going to hop off because I'm about to pop an article up at Northside Baseball about the Cubs selection at 14. You guys can chop it up about the Cubs' forthcoming pick, and then I will be back soon and try and keep up with all the madness. I'll see you guys in about 20-30 minutes.
Yeah, sounds great.
Yeah.
So coming up, so we'll just run this down here quick if you're just joining us. The Red Sox, who are on the clock, if you've been watching MLB.com, pick is in. We expect that to be Braden Montgomery of Texas A&M. Next up, then you'd have the Giants at 13, the Cubs at 14, the Mariners at 15, the Marlins at 16. It has been chaos. So as we look at the consensus board, best available, the outfielder James Tibbs from Florida State's ranked 11. Trey Savage is 12. Cameron Smith, another Florida State, he's a third baseman. He's 14. And then after we saw Christian Morgul, who's 15, the board is wide open. So of these first 12 picks, it's been the top 10, number 13, and number 15. And now we have the Giants, who have long been rumored to be interested in prep lefty Cam Caminiti. Guys have any feelings about what else, other options the Giants may have at this point?
Well,
I think Tibbs
Go ahead.
probably still makes good sense, but I don't know that it's really the style. That doesn't feel a whole lot like a Giants pick, but sometimes we ascribe way too much to that. If they feel good about him the way, frankly, I do, I probably wouldn't let him slide any further. But like you said, they've been all over Caminiti, so we'll have to see.
So another name that I actually heard, I think today was Carson Benj who's had done the two-way thing. They've done that with their last couple picks. Those types of players. Theo, who else you thinking?
No, I think Caminiti makes the most sense if you've been like scouting him this much and you have the opportunity to grab him. Why let him get away if that's someone you really think would be a fit to the organization and what you want to develop, especially because these recent years, the Giants just have not had depth for starting pitching at the major league level, and they need to get. I mean, not to say that Logan Webb isn't a success story from their development, but they really just need to build upon that depth, and Caminiti just makes the most sense to like really refurbish that in the years to come.
And I have not had any intel here on this pick. I haven't seen anything. The Red Sox just officially announced their Braden Montgomery pick. He is walking. He did break his ankle. What is that, about 6 weeks ago? Yeah, there's a limp, so he must be in a boot.
Yeah.
As he approaches the stage, but that's a really good pick for the Red Sox right now. We're talking Giants. In the chat, Stephen B says Tibbs to Giants. I feel like I've seen Tibbs to every team.
Yeah.
In the comment section here over the last 15 minutes. So at some point, that's
Doyle just reported that Tibbs.
Okay. So there it is. So Matt, you were right on there. You should maybe submit the final mock draft, not me.
Yeah, I don't think that we're in danger of that, but yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think he's just a well-rounded fit for an organization that is still just sort of trying to wade out from being stuck in the muck. What they need is more depth so that somebody can hit, and you're not looking for the 50th percentile version of a guy. You want to get up to the 70th or 80th. I don't know why, but Tibbs gives me good vibes in that way.
So maybe it's just me, and I mean, I don't follow the West Coast team super closely, but I feel like the Giants are one of the teams at one of the highest teams in having like a lot of really average outfielders over the course of a long, long time. Right. So Barry Bonds left, and it's been average outfielders ever since. And like even watching them this weekend, it's like,
I mean, I think the exception to that rule, Hunter Pence has been like their best outfielder in that last 17 years. I mean, I was a big fan of him as a kid, so I have some of that bias with it. But honestly, overall, what he did in there and became a fan favorite, I think Hunter Pence was that one all-star caliber guy that was consistent for them. But yeah,
one guy.
Back to your point, it's only one guy because after
well, and that's not a homegrown guy either. I mean, what they seem to do is focus on acquiring guys relatively cheaply. They're platooning a lot. I think they need to eventually. I think they're aware they need to eventually break free of that. They finally had a developmental win. It looks like now with Elliot Ramos, and they'd like to create another one in Tibbs, whose timeline is sort of going to match up with Ramos because it took Ramos so long to sort of get to the big leagues and start to establish himself. Now you got hopefully a few years of overlap between those two while they're both under cost and team control.
Right. Because I think, as I mentioned earlier, I think Tibbs is one of the guys that you can maybe see as the first hitter out of this class to make it to the major league level. Tons of things can happen, right, with injuries and development, but that would make sense. Ramos, he's been in that organization forever. How old is he now? All-star for the first time.
I think he's 24 or 25.
And he signed with them when he was 16, and as a high profile
he was a draft
guy, right?
He came from the Carlos Beltran Academy in Puerto Rico. I think he was a supplemental round.
Oh, yeah. You're right. You're 100% right on that
or late first. Yeah. Yep. And it took a long time. There were a lot of setbacks developmentally, but they got him over that hump. And now I think, like you just said, Tibbs is going to be pretty quick, assuming things go okay. And big assumption, but it could line up really nicely for him.
So I went back to look at, Giants homegrown outfielders who had starting roles on any of their 3 World Series teams. And the only guy who was like a consistent everyday starter for them in that entire time that was homegrown in their outfield was Nate Shearholtz.
Yeah. So
It's like,
that
hey.
makes the point really nicely.
All right,
Yes,
Matt,
I had to.
We got to put Matt on the spot here because the Cubs are
Yeah, we do.
on the clock, and you're the Cubs guy. So talk us through the options, what you want to see, what you don't want to see, so we can get your live reaction to the Cubs making the pick.
I am a value drafter. I would be the guy who sort of goes, whoever's sort of slipping down the board a little bit, let me grab them. Maybe I can even get some savings that way, but especially don't let a really good talent slide right by you, as they've done a few times in the last few years. I'd probably just take Savage here. And we've seen them attached to him a little bit over the last 2 weeks. But I wouldn't be surprised if they try to save even more by going to someone a little further down the board. I threw out Brody Brecht earlier today because he's not, by no means is he exactly like Cade Horton. But there's enough of an echo of that kind of career arc into the draft that it wouldn't shock me if they took someone like him, someone who's maybe more projected to go mid-20s, get some extra savings to spend further down the board. They never have extra picks. They don't have that luxury, and they don't like to do senior signs from rounds like 5 through 10. They much prefer to spread things sort of evenly. So they want to get a chunk of this first round money that they can spend further down. So they may be going a little lower than we'd tend to think, but Savage is
so how would you feel about a hitter? And how would you feel about the Florida State run of one guy becoming two guys?
Well, here's who they reportedly have: Cam Smith.
Yeah. Okay. Honestly, that one doesn't annoy me at all. I am a guy who leans bats over arms. It's just not maybe what I would have expected the Cubs to do. But
so
yeah.
So 14th on the consensus board, gets drafted 14th overall, second best available on the consensus board, best hitter on the consensus board. Made huge strides this year. Theo, I can't see that. Can you go off that?
Zoom in a bit,
or just can you see it enough that you can give some highlights from him?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just he was a top 100 prospect in 2022 out of high school. Obviously his time down in Tallahassee at Florida State has really just brought him up a good bit, as Jamie mentioned in his consensus write-up. Great runner and has some room for size and is just a bit of a fringe overall hitter. But, he's got a really great arm and really will work out well to keep him at third base for longevity.
How do you feel about that fit with all the other infielders that the Cubs have? Or is this like we're going to see some guys get moved in the next couple weeks? And right? What is this? How does this work long term?
Yeah, I think the Cubs believe really firmly. Every organization should believe this, but I think the Cubs especially do. If there's a guy you're convicted on, you take them and you worry about sorting out the pieces later. You don't let Matt Shaw block Cam Smith, for you. Don't let one guy take another guy off your board. I do think, too, they have to do some reshuffling. The trade deadline, they're probably going to be sellers. And whether that means Christopher Morel's in a new place or it just, maybe it's Nico Horner gets traded and Matt Shaw's future suddenly looks more like it's as your second baseman than as your third baseman. I think there are a lot of reasons to just, if you believe in the bat, especially, take Cam Smith and you can find the way to make that all pan out nicely. But most of all, they're going to lock in on who's the talent we believe in. And if we end up with one too many good players, we can always trade. Now, they don't leverage that all that well when they get into that situation. But also, I think they're not in much danger of that situation at the moment. They'll be shuffling some things around.
Yep. So we'll have more stuff at Northside Baseball. That's what Jamie's doing right now. He's working on the draft article as we continue to progress through round number 1. So Cubs just drafted at 14. Next up, we have the Mariners at 15. Marlins at 16, Brewers at 17, Rays 18, and Mets 19. So at this point, we've talked about how chaotic this draft has been, but on the consensus board with 14 picks gone, we have 14 of the top 15 guys off the board. So the order has been kind of wonky, exactly. But the players, aside from Trey Savage, the top 15 have gone in the first 14 picks. So How far do we think Savage falls? Does he go to the Mariners here at 15?
I think the Mariners, they just need, as sooner or later, they have to start acquiring people who can hit, right? But they sure love to amass pitching depth, and that's how they're leading the AL West right now. So it wouldn't shock me if it's Yasevich who comes off next, and then it's been, well, I came on saying it hasn't been chalk, and it still kind of hasn't been, but it's just been the same pieces we expected in a different order than expected. Well, that could continue for a bit here.
And looking at composite scores, and it's by no means, a science, but there was a gap between 11 and 12 between Kurtz and Tibbs, and then there's another gap kind of in between 15 and 16. But I feel like, based on what I just saw on my screen, the Mariners are taking a pitcher, but it's not Yasevich, and it's not a right-handed pitcher or a left-handed pitcher. It's a both-handed pitcher. Gerangelo Senchi.
Yeah. What a moment. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. Now, Jerry DiPoto, don't you dare take either one of his hands away from him.
Don't do that.
Or how about just from the perspective of DiPoto trying to trade the right-handed version of him, but keep the left-handed?
Yeah. Trying to leverage it one way or the other.
Yeah.
Well, with the Brewers up here in 2 picks, we're going to bring on our second guest. Spencer, welcome. We're glad to have you back on the show.
Hi, thanks for having me.
No problem.
So you've seen now here how these first 15 picks have gone. Well, 14, and I don't know if you heard the Ciche pick for the Mariners. Brewers up in 2. And what's your wish list here as a Brewer fan?
I've Waldschmidt and Carson Benz are kind of the two I'm looking at the most, I think. Walker Yannick, I'm interested in them. All 3 of those guys more than anyone else right now.
Do you and maybe Matt spoke of this earlier, but the Brewers just kind of simply taking guys that drop? How do you feel about Trey Savage?
Yeah, I like Savage. I mean, he's got a nice floor for sure. So that's always going to be something. I think he's a major league pitcher at some point, which is at this point in the draft, I certainly would not complain about taking somebody that I'm pretty confident is going to make it in some sort of role. Honestly, I was looking through my list and I kind of missed him. He'd probably be in the mix here for somebody that I would like. I'm still mostly looking college, but I think the 3 names in Savage would probably be the 4 I'd be highest on for sure.
I think the wrinkle for the Brewers is they love when someone slides, and especially if it's a position player. But nobody slid this year. So now it's like we don't get an easy point and click, And that's not how they think about it either, but they really do. I think they go to a model, they go on value, and there's not that obvious value this time. It's, hey, who are you convicted on out of this next batch?
Yeah, I think Smith might have been that guy. I think the Cubs might have taken it off the board for him.
It does feel like that a little bit. Yeah.
One thing that I wonder about, because I think the Brewers draft similarly to the Twins. I don't know that it's the exact same, but one name that hasn't necessarily dropped on consensus value, but has dropped just that he was getting mocked to this point was Cam Caminiti, 17-year-old lefty. And that's not necessarily the way the Brewers have gone in the first round, but they've really kind of hit those types of guys in the comp round. And so I wonder if that's a name that we just need to keep, kind of have to think about. Reclassified, fastballs touch 98, good changeup. I think the Brewers are more like a high RPM curveball team. But that's another name where it's like maybe he hasn't dropped on the consensus board where he's 17th. He's 18th, but has not necessarily someone that we thought would be available at 17.
Right. Yeah, I think there's been some rumors that he may be following Schmidt to LSU, and that there's a chance he's not going to get drafted. But in terms of talent, I mean, he's up there with anybody. I think there were some concerns with some of the non-baseball related stuff with Caminiti throughout the process. So that is something to keep an eye on as well, in terms of interviews and some other things that aren't related to skill. But he's very talented. Like you said, it's a young, he's 17. He'll be 17 for a couple more months. He's been up into the upper 90s already from the left side. I don't think it's the greatest athlete, but it's not like he needs to add a bunch of velocity to his profile either. So I definitely wouldn't complain. I think there's some concerns, I think, around the league, and there's that threat of LSU always lingering.
So before we do this, let's talk about this. We had a question at the very beginning about the Marlins, and it sounds like the Marlins are taking Somerville outfielder PJ Morlando at 16, which is one of the questions. And I said, yeah, I think he'd definitely be available. And so that does put eventually the Brewers here on the clock. Let me
Yeah, he's 34th on the consensus board.
Yep.
Outfield first baseman. And Jamie wrote him as one of the most well-rounded offensive profiles for any of the prep hitters within this class. So, all right, with the Brewers up, I'm gonna head off so I can write that up for Brewer Fanatic. But Jeremy, you're kind of on your own now. No help from.
Oh, I'm not on my own. I got these guys with me until.
No, I said you don't have Jamie or helping you. That's all I meant by that.
No, I got these guys.
Right.
So, Morlando, and now and Andrew's here for Spencer. So, this is your time to shine, Spence. You're the Brewers on the clock. Is Savage still available? Benj still available? Was Waldschmidt the other name you mentioned?
Yep.
So really, I mean, you take from that lot, you'll be happy with any of those three.
Yeah, I would be happy with any of them. Who else? Oh, Walker Yannick too. I'm a big Walker Yannick fan. I think he might be an underslot if you take him here. It might not be by a ton, but he's the only catcher I view as somebody I would take in the first. I think he's the actual defensive catcher capable of staying there, and I like the bat. So he's the only one I would really like in the first round. But yeah, all four of those guys, they take one of those four, I will be very happy.
So another name that I saw tied to the Brewers, I think at one point, was Vance Honeycutt.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that one?
A lot less okay.
Okay.
Not a big Honeycutt guy. I think it's just the easiest way. I mean, for me, if you're a 4-tool guy and the tool you don't have is a hit tool, I'm out. Like, you got to have the hit tool. It gives me Lewis Brinson vibes, Keon Broxton, those types of players where it's like, man, if this guy could hit 240, 250, he'd be really good. And they can't.
It's that you're asking me to draft Garrett Mitchell, and I already have Garrett Mitchell.
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah, so we should find this out here in a little bit and get your live reaction. Haven't seen anything reported as of this moment. So, like I mentioned to I think we were all on when I talked about kind of finding relative chalk there after 14 picks, 14 of the first 15 on the board, and then we see the 26th ranked guy go 15th and the 34th guy go 16th. So now we're kind of all over the place, which makes sense. We'd kind of heard that there was a tier and then there was a big gap. Now where that tier actually ended, there was some debate. If Savage, he was probably in that top tier, and Christian Moore was kind of in that second tier. But now we're kind of there, with the exception of Savage, who did have, I think it was a collapsed lung, came back and pitched. So I got to believe that his time will come soon. Nothing yet here for the Brewers.
Let me ask while we wait.
Yeah.
If it could just be Benj or Waldschmidt for you, Spencer, which way would you lean?
I think I would lean towards Benj because I think he could actually play center, and that defensive ability would give him a slight edge for me. But I think Waldschmidt's probably he's more likely to hit for power as he goes through the system. So he's probably more likely to be a well-rounded hitter. But I do know there's some concerns with high fastballs with Waldschmidt, so that always scares me a little bit. The Brewers have not been great with that profile, like the Keston Hiras and the Garrett Mitchells of the world. So I would lean Benj, but yeah, both are very close in my mind.
That's the same way I'm leaning. So now let's see them pick Waldschmidt.
I like Benj too, so I'm hoping it's Waldschmidt so Benj can drop to 21.
Guys, did I hear PJ Morlando to the Marlins?
Yeah.
Yes,
You sure did, buddy.
Okay, cool.
which was great because that was one of our first questions was what
Yeah, it
about
was.
the Marlins and PJ Morlando. I mean, there was
I
3
don't-
names, but Morlando was. So yeah, and the switch pitcher off the board.
So you don't have to worry about pronouncing his name?
I did twice.
Oh,
I
he did. He was the one who was responsible for saying it into the record.
Well,
I think
then-
I was made responsible because no one else knew how to say it, or at least Theo didn't. I don't know, and I still don't know. Sinche,
Sinche. Yeah. It's just
like
when you put an L in it in what was that, a podcast earlier this week, you started making me nervous. I was like, there are a lot of ways it can go wrong if you slide the L into there.
I did slide the L into it. I print things off really, really small, so I can't really read anyway.
Well, your brain wants to see an L there. CIJ. What is that? But you know.
yeah.
Real quick before we talk about this Brewers pick, just want to weigh in on the Cubs. Love the Cam Smith pick. One of my favorites in this class. That's a solid way to go for me.
We were saying it kind of felt like a guy the Brewers would have loved to get to 17.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's one thing that has gone kind of expected is this run of college hitters that the Brewers, to an extent, and the Twins just like wishfully are saying, like, we hope someone falls to 17 and 21. The Brewers have some nice options here, so I'm super excited to see what direction they go.
Who would you take, Jamie?
Oh, okay. I need to get back on my board. Oh,
Holy
Lordy.
smokes! I don't even know who that is. I mean, I do, but not as a first-round pick.
Oh, wow. Okay, Spencer, let's get your immediate reaction to this, and we'll turn it right over to you. The Brewers are drafting, pardon me, prep outfielder Braylon Payne with the 17th overall pick. He is a 17-year-old outfielder, 6'1", 180 pounds, right-handed hitting and throwing from Fort Bend Elkins High School in Texas. Spencer, really quick, your immediate reaction to that while we pull up his scouting report on the consensus board.
Yeah, I would say a little shocked. I mean, it's it's definitely the Brewers have their models, and a young prep guy is always going to fit well with the models. I know he's got a ton of speed. I mean, I looked into him a little bit as more like a maybe the second round picks today.
Yep.
But it kind of gives me that type of like, it's an outfielder, but it gives me kind of the Bryce Terang type of feel when I see scouting reports on him. And I think the swing's got a little bit more ability to get to the power than Terang does, but it's interesting. I mean, I was not expecting that at all. But he's a very good athlete, very fast. Like I said, he's under 18. I bet he's a center fielder long-term. I don't remember. He was committed to a Texas school, maybe Houston, I think, looking at him, but
yeah.
So I had him mocked to the Twins in my 10-round mock at 60. So
Yeah.
they're gonna get the Brewers are gonna get funky with these other picks because they're gonna have money to spend, which is fun because they did a bang up job of it last year when they took
Sure
Rod
did.
Wilkin, and now they're gonna have more money to spend. So they're gonna get some dudes, and it's gonna be fun for the Brewers. So don't judge this draft on this pick because they got creative stuff going on.
They created a bunch of extra money to spend, and we knew they already had a bunch of extra because they got the 34th pick from Baltimore. I mean, it's a lot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, let's quickly read through his scouting report on the consensus board. I feel like this is probably the first time where it's helpful to do this in more of a explicit way, just because he's a prospect some people are less familiar with, right? So 17, as we mentioned, one of the youngest prospects in the draft class. That's going to appeal to model heavy teams. An outfielder, kind of a calm, relaxed operation at the plate, clean and compact swing, fast hands, flattish bat path, more of like a line drive type offensive profile at present. Ability to use the whole field and solid, good bat to ball skills. Double plus speed. Menace on the base paths, plays a good center field, kind of honing route running, which is a little bit raw, as you might expect, relies on the speed and the athleticism more than kind of the technique. Should be a plus glove and plus defensive center fielder. Added some notes here that if he can add some loft to his swing and continue to improve and get to and access a little bit more power, could be strong hit, a strong hit tool to combine with the plus speed and plus defense. So that's a little additional context on Braylon Payne.
I'll say a couple of things. I'm going to get out of you guys' way and let Spencer and you guys talk more about it as it gets closer to the Twins pick. But one is, I wonder if this is sort of the Brewers are going to zig when others zag thing. We talked about Mitchell, Terang, Sal Frelick even. They tend to do this thing where if a guy starts to slip and slide through the first round, they're going to snatch him up. They're going to be the value drafters. When there's no value to be had because nobody slid, do you zag against that and say, now we buy back some extra money to spend later in the draft because it's been chalkier up top? So I wonder if that's a part of the dynamic. And then also, Jeremy, you've written and talked about this recently. Do you sort of flip 17 and 34? Are you thinking about those as the opposite? We maybe can go get someone who's a little tougher sign down there because we know we can sign.
I feel like either he froze or I froze.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, you're good.
Okay. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can. Jeremy, are you good?
Yeah.
Oh, Jeremy, you froze for us, I think,
Jeremy.
buddy.
Yeah.
Man.
First technical casualty.
Did I freeze on that?
You did. You froze.
Okay, so did you say basically flip that pick and then take the prep pitcher that falls to you at prep pitcher of your choice? Yeah.
Right.
Yep. And I think that's brilliant. And so I'm not going to question what the Brewers do in the draft because last year I thought they had the best draft. And then they pulled a wise, quick one on the Cubs, and they sent their manager that didn't really know what he was doing to manage the Cubs.
Yeah, well, we're staying on topic tonight, Jeremy.
Real quick before we come back to Spencer for some more Braylon Payne thoughts, and then also thoughts about what the Brewers might do at 34. And Matt, we're hoping to have you back at 54 if you have the time for the Cubs' second pick of the night. Just a quick aside to say that the Rays are taking Theo Gillen, who Spencer, we talked about on you guys' Brewer Fanatic podcast at 18th overall. He is the prep. We're going to call him infielder, I think, for now, out of Westlake High School in Texas. Theo Gillen, pretty left-handed swing going to the Rays at 18. So, Spencer, back to you. Curious on your kind of thoughts on that approach of kind of flip-flopping. And then what do you think that this Braylon Payne pick might mean for the Brewers with their next pick at 34?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be so curious to see the numbers on what he gets here because it feels like it's got to be a decent amount under slot if you're going this high. Like this was not, nobody was looking at Payne this high. This is a pretty big reach in terms of just, the board and where you are in the draft. Obviously with bonus pool stuff, it changes things, but I would imagine that they're looking at, maybe they are trying to get Caminiti down to 34 or somebody like that. Like, I don't know where
Cash
else
Mayfield,
you're
maybe
pushing that. Yeah, but I don't.
Ryan Sloan.
But then
I think it could be any of them, right?
Why not just do it now?
Right.
Because if you said Caminiti might not sign, right?
True.
Maybe Caminiti was their guy, and if they draft him and he's on the fence, you lose that money, right?
True.
If you're going to take less Payne, then at least you lose less. You still have that money now, and you can take some extra shots in around 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, which they did already last year and did it well. But now you might have $3 extra million, and you can take a shot at and maybe officially, if William Schmidt is in or out of the draft, take him in round 20 and say, "You sure you don't want $3.5 million?"
Right.
You know? But whether it's him or somebody else, money does talk at the end of a draft, and that's why you take Payne. And I think we'll have questions answered by the end of the night with the Brewers.
We
draft.
sure will. We sure will. So let's try and get maybe a little bit more concrete there, Spencer, while we have you for a few more minutes. Thank you, Stephen B. Gillen to the race. Hey, if anyone who's watching this wants to do us a real solid, because we're navigating quite a few things, if you want to look up what the slot value,
I got it.
You got
for the Brewers?
Yeah, for the Brewers.
Slot on Braylon Payne is $4,534,100.
Like, how much are we going to talk about in savings? Like $1 million?
More
because
than
what
I think it's got to be more.
Like 1.5.
Yeah, he might sign for $3 million, which is still a lot. I mean, he might sign for less than $3 million. Their comp A pick is worth $2.7 million.
Yeah, I mean, you think back, like, to me, I don't know a ton about Payne, but looking at him, like, I would not view him as a better prospect than like Batanti was in last year's draft, and he got 1.7 or something. Like, this could be really far under slot. In my opinion, I could see 2 million under, and it wouldn't really shock me, unless there was way more hype inside the industry that nobody knew about on Payne. I just don't see why you would need to go too close to slot here at all.
Which makes me super excited as a tangential Brewers person, because knowing that they have picks and a ton of money, it really has me wondering not only what are the possibilities at 34, but later on day one too. The Brewers could be, I mean, we talked about this, Spencer, just a couple of days ago about how they went underslot. They went underslot with Noth. And then they went over with both Batanti and Pratt, I think close to, or maybe slightly over $1 million overslot for each. So really curious how it impacts not only their next pick at 34, but
it almost makes me wonder if this entire day one is going to like lean towards prep guys now, and they're just going to go really heavy on prep players, younger players, and lean into that. I thought they might go that route, but I thought it was going to start with a college player. I still would be kind of surprised if there's more than 2 prep guys picked out of the next 3, but I would be somewhat surprised if there aren't 2 prep guys picked out of the next 3 now at this point too. So, I don't know. That is about, I would guess, I haven't been able to look much here, but I would guess that's the pick everyone is talking about right now, because that came out of nowhere.
Yep. And apologies for anyone who saw some inappropriate comments in the chat. We have removed that person. Carson Benj, Spencer, going to the Mets at 19th overall.
Yeah.
Putting the Toronto Blue Jays up at 20. Benj, we had on the board at 17th overall. Any thoughts on that pick? And then we'll get you out of here before we get you back on at pick 34.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I love Benj, big fan. I think he was a two-way in college. I know there's some reports that were like, well, you could try him on the mound. He's not a pitcher. I would not have him on the mound in pro ball, but I think it's a pretty good hit tool. I think there's power in there. He just got to get elevating it a little bit more often. I think he could handle center defensively, and if not, he should be a above average right fielder with a good arm, considering he's been on the mound into the mid-90s and stuff. I just think he's an all-around type of solid player. There's really no huge holes other than that. He needs to get the ball in the air more often, but otherwise just he kind of fits with what the Brewers have picked in a lot of these guys, which is the power. They hit the ball hard, but it's on the ground. So I thought he might be a pretty good fit there, but Mets, I like that pick for them at 19.
Yep. Okay, Spencer, we're going to get you out of here, man. I know you will be perusing through all of the awesome overslot possibilities the Brewers have later in the day. We appreciate your time. Look forward to having you back on a little bit before pick 34. We'll see you soon, man.
Good. All right. Thanks, guys.
Yep. All right, fellas. The Minnesota Twins are on the clock because the Toronto Blue Jays at pick 20 are taking right-handed pitcher out of East Carolina, Trey Yesavage. Trey Savage going to the Blue Jays. Savage was the highest remaining player on the consensus board at 12th. Overall, the Twins are on the clock with some interesting decisions to make. Jeremy, before you go right, any thoughts about who the Twins are going to take here? We got Waldschmidt, 16th overall on the board. Caminiti, who they have not been linked to at all, at 18th. Brody Brecht at 21. Any of the college catchers, Moore, Yannick, Vance Honeycutt, Slade Caldwell. Who are you thinking for the Twins?
I had Waldschmidt to the Twins in my 10 round mock. He's the highest on the board. He makes a lot of sense for what the Twins have done and what the Twins like. But they are good options. I don't see it being Caminiti. I don't see it being Schmidt. Brecht is different, but it's the type of pick that they could do that because they have all these picks, right? And they have gone the Big Ten route. And so it'll be again, it might not be the pick that I want it to be, but with 4 picks tonight, you have so many options to manipulate your money to get the guy that or the guys that you think best fit. So I want to stick around until they make the pick.
Yeah.
And since Theo has vanished, I vanished because my headphones that I thought worked forever apparently work for,
So let's peep this comment from Michael. Because the Twins have had early success with Charlie Soto. What about Cash Mayfield? Not as scared by prep pitchers with Soto doing well. Interesting. There's certainly prep pitching, Michael, in this vicinity, which is interesting. Mayfield seems a little bit less likely to me only because he's 19 years old on draft day. The Twins typically veer towards younger prospects. Younger pitchers will do better in their model. But we are going to report out this Minnesota Twins pick. Jeremy, you should not look at your phone, and I'm going to break it to you live on air and tell you who it is. What do you think? No, never mind.
I mean, did it happen?
No, it did not happen.
Oh,
we're waiting patiently here for the Minnesota Twins.
Okay, so I'm going to give you just some names that I would prefer not to see.
Okay.
I don't want him to go college catcher. I don't want that.
Only Yannick for me is the guy, but go ahead.
Honeycutt would be exciting-ish, but I could see him being someone that a lot of people are disappointed in. He's kind of got those big, loud tools, though. So I don't know that I would hate that pick.
The big, loud strikeout rate, too, buddy. 28%.
Yep, that's true. That's very much true. But you know what? If he's in center field today, they don't lose. Well, they maybe lose, but they don't lose in the ninth. The prep pitchers, I think they can push a guy down to
Man, I'm just like waiting. Yep. I am just like fully in wait mode, right? Like I can't even like speculate on this right now. I think there's a number of appealing options who have been linked to the Twins. Waldschmidt is certainly one. Caldwell is certainly another who we talked about as potentially being bought down to Comp A. That's been a trendy Guardians pick. Slade Caldwell, kind of undersized outfielder out of Arkansas with a plus hit tool, double plus speed, a lot of exciting traits, and likely to stick in center field there. So, of course, this is going to be the time where my internet is struggling, is when the Twins are about to pick.
Yeah, it's just what we needed.
I'm gonna have that same issue because I had switched devices because I couldn't get the sound out of the other one. So I'm gonna work on that when I'm not on stage. But yeah, I don't know that there's there are some guys lower on the board that I wouldn't be huge fans of, but if they come with savings and you can get the prep pitcher that you want later, I wouldn't hate that either. So I'm going into this one with an open mind, Jamie. As open as it can be.
I am too. And what you won't hear us do is make some snap judgments about who this player is, right? And if it's a good pick. And we've talked about that a lot before. These are young players realizing their dreams. And from a team perspective, this is part of an overall strategy, and we are going to have to wait years to see how that strategy plays out, and certainly through the end of tonight to see how the first four or five picks for these organizations play out. And so what you'll hear us doing after this pick, whether it's surprising or not, whether it's a prospect that we favor or not, is talk through their strengths, their kind of opportunities as they transition into pro ball, and wait for the rest of the class to take shape before, providing kind of too much of a judgment on it. If you're a Twins fan, put your predictions for the Twins pick at 21 in the chat. I'm curious to see what people think. Steven, we know that you want Brody Brecht, brother. You don't have to put that back in, buddy. I got you. I think Steven was in our Twitter space advocating for Brecht last night too, so appreciate you being in both. There he goes, Steven.
Yep.
He did miss a exclamation point on his last message, so
He needed to make up for that.
We appreciate someone who is convicted in what they want. Tom. Hey, Tom.
Tom's here. Good to see you.
Brecht and Yannick. We're standing by any moment. We should hear who the Twins are selecting at 21. We will break down that pick in detail as soon as we get confirmation here. Let's just go through some names on the consensus board while we wait for confirmation. So we've got Waldschmidt, outfielder from Kentucky at 16th. That's a guy that we have connected with the Twins. Cam Caminiti, certainly someone who we haven't, a 17-year-old left-handed prep pitcher out of Arizona. Brody Brecht, as we mentioned, 21st overall on the board. Right-handed pitcher out of the University of Iowa. We have a couple of college catchers. Malcolm Moore out of Stanford at 22. Walker Yannick out of Sam Houston State at 25. Yannick is our catcher number one, even though that's not necessarily reflected by consensus. Vance Honeycutt, star toolsy outfield center fielder for North Carolina, is at 24. And then Slade Caldwell, we have mentioned a ton, connected with a Twinsy type profile, high character guy, exciting tools. He is sitting at 28th on the board. And if we go further down, another college catcher that's been linked to the Twins, Caleb Lomavita at 32. If not, we're moving a little further down the board. Taking a long time, this Twins pick.
the longest gap in between reported picks.
Mhm.
Brutal.
Point. Yeah,
Someone
right.
says Kaelen Culpepper if they go underslot. That's definitely a good shout. The Twins scouted Kaelen Culpepper heavily this season. Kansas State shortstop, I think does make a lot of sense.
And you did allude to one of those guys earlier, just kind of accidentally before we went live with your banner. So what if that's already made, Jamie?
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, this is.
I don't know, Josiah.
I feel like
they take their time.
They do. They do take their time. Well, remember, like when the Twins take their sweet time with everything. Thomas, absolutely.
They do.
Right.
Why are we having A-Rod talk in the chat? We know how I feel about the man. So let's focus on the future, not the past.
The future of the.
This is brutal.
I know
guys.
we're gonna go with that.
Wrong sport. I was gonna lose.
Yeah.
focus.
No.
Twins are trolling again. Seth is on good form in the chat today. Enjoying it.
I think I like this from Matt.
Yeah. So if they don't make the clock, do they keep the bonus pool or does it go to the next team? Like if they pull the old Kevin Williams trick off again.
We still got a minute left, so
This is the first time I've been speechless all night.
just took the Twins taking their sweet time and having us guessing.
$10. It's been 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Cheap poll lads. Trying to find some extra dollars to save.
They're just finding out they can't actually trade this pick.
Dude, we're only 20 picks in, and it's been 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you know what happens tomorrow? NCAA football comes out in the middle of the day.
Stop.
Man.
We have. If you're not Greg, there you go, Gregory. That'll be time. If you're not late, you're early.
That says if you're not late, you're eerie.
Yeah, that is true. Can't even spell Erie right.
No.
This Joseph, LOL, watching the Twins' anxiety going on is entertaining. Yeah.
This is how it usually goes, man.
So the Twins pick is in with no report of who the pick is.
I
Nobody
can't
ever
wait
knows.
for it to be someone
Nobody
we have
ever
not expected at
knows.
all.
I got to figure
That's
out
exactly what's going to happen.
So the
Here's the
Twins,
pick.
the Twins at 21 are the only team that have not been spoiled in this entire first round, because
Yeah.
we've read picks in advance of every single other one of the first 20 picks.
And I'm watching this on my computer on mute, so I'm not even. I'm gonna have to like.
Guys,
lips.
spoil it in the chat if you find out and you feel certain. Tell us who it is, because
Well, Doe's there, and then he just said that the pick is confirmed to be in, as the board tells us on Twitter.
whoever said Kellen Lindsay, Michael Odell, me and Michael have similar tendencies. Minnesota Twins are selecting Kansas State shortstop Kaelen Culpepper with the 21st overall pick in the 2024 MLB draft. Jeremy, quick reaction from you, and then we will dig into what the Twins are getting in Kaelen Culpepper.
He wasn't the one that was highest on my list, but like Seth said in the chat, he's a Twins type. He's a super good athlete. Where he fits defensively, we don't really know. Had a good year offensively, which is we've talked about a ton, right? If the bat plays, we can find a spot for you defensively. So I certainly I don't hate it. I think this pushes the we're going to get a prep pitcher off the board here with the next pick, and that is exciting to me.
Yeah, for sure. So let's dig in a little bit more to Culpepper and what folks can expect. So Culpepper was 35 overall on the consensus board. We listed him as a third baseman. He actually transitioned to playing shortstop. As I'm seeing Emperor Palpatine walk to the podium to announce this pick now. Transitioned to shortstop this year, 21 years old, 6 foot 185, hits and throws right-handed. He played quite well defensively at shortstop when I was able to watch him play. Culpepper is one of the attendees, I think the 6 attendees at the draft, and that's the second year in a row that the Twins have done that, because Charlie Soto was there last year. So let's quickly whip through the scouting report on the consensus board. Culpepper, an exceptional athlete that shifted to shortstop his junior season. Potential to provide a jolt to a weak draft demographic that's usually coveted, which is college shortstops. Strong overall offensive profile, good bat speed, flatter bat path. So, coming into the season, hadn't produced a ton of loft. That's going to be a target for the Twins. They love that pulled fly ball approach. Good contact skills, solid plate discipline. Does chase a little too much at times. In 2024, had a good offensive season overall. One thing I will note that I think is interesting, he made some swing tweaks prior to the postseason. Right before regionals, and then in 2 consecutive days he hit for the cycle and hit a 3-run home run, off Hagen Smith the next day. So finished the season really, really loud as we're seeing the Twins draft room there. What do you guys thoughts on Culpepper? And if you're a Twins fan and you have thoughts, put them in the chat. We want to hear them. We'll put some of these up on the screen here.
Well, Stephen B has a good one right here, just asking, why take a shortstop, though, when there's just such a logjam there with the next 5 years, obviously in reference to Correa. Well, Stephen, they usually take guys who are shortstops, whether they're high schoolers or college players, and then they find where their strengths are defensively, and they can be shuffled around. I mean, a perfect case of that, who we're seeing on the team this season, Austin Martin. they thought he was a shortstop at one point when he was drafted, but now he's a second base outfielder type. Brooks Lee, I think he's the safest among all these other guys that have drafted at that position, who's definitely going to be the backup to Correa until Correa's, ankles and plantar fasciitis can't have him play there anymore. So it's just good depth to have because shortstops are some of the most athletic players on the field. You can have them adapt to any sorts of positions, and it just sets things up good.
Let's put Tom's go here. Twins loading up on Culpepper is obviously alluding to the fact that they have pitcher CJ Culpepper at Cedar Rapids. I think he's currently on the injured list. Let's talk a little bit about what this might mean for the Twins' next pick, because I do think that's interesting, right? So let's put Steven's quote up here for a second. So Steven said Oki at 33 if Breck doesn't fall. And this is interesting, right? Because I think this pick will have implications for what the Twins do with their next pick. The Twins' next pick at 33, they received that pick as compensation for Sonny Gray rejecting the qualifying offer and signing with the St. Louis Cardinals. That pick comes with a slot value of... Hang tight for a second, guys. I don't have it in front of me.
2.77 million.
There you go. 2.77. I think I'm going to make a guess here, and I could be wrong, but I think Culpepper might come with a little savings at 21. I know someone in the comments mentioned he might make sense as an underslot, but I do think this puts the Twins in a really interesting position to float a prep player down to 33. And there's a couple of demographics that make sense there. There is a cluster of prep shortstops in the 30 to 40 range that they might target. And we'll talk about in detail some of those guys in a second. And then there's a ton of interesting prep arms. I think one of the strengths of this draft class, anywhere from kind of now through like pick 80, and that's like a really rich and kind of diverse demographic in this draft. Pretty much anything you want, right? Like pitchability, feel for spin, velocity, any of it, you can find it. And so I would be a little bit surprised if the Twins didn't lean into the prep demographic with their next pick at 33.
Yeah, it could be a repeat of what they did with Soto last season. And, if it is someone who's prep, there's a real possibility, like Soto, they don't pitch at all until next spring, which isn't the worst thing because Soto was just turning 18 at the end of August. But, we don't know who this possibly could be. So there could be a few starts here or there, but nothing more than I'd say like 3 or 4. But
for sure.
I'd be shocked if Culpepper's not going straight to Fort Myers.
Yes, agreed. I'm just looking back at some of Culpepper's rankings by consensus, just to give folks an idea of kind of the spread here. So Baseball America had Culpepper at 34, Future Star Series at 30, MLB.com at 31, ESPN at 28, Keith Law at 30. So like Prospects Live 35, PBR 24, Fangraphs 36, like a really tight cluster of rankings for Culpepper, which is something that gives me a little surety, honestly, on some of these picks. And obviously, by no means is this the be all and end all for rankings to be kind of clustered. But that's something that I always am interested in. Is kind of what is the range or what is the spread there, as the Orioles are up at 21. 22, and they are picking North Carolina center fielder Vance Honeycutt at 22.
The Orioles certainly have had their demographic of white hitting guys over the last few years, and they're keeping it going.
Honeycutt. So Cody in the chat, does Honeycutt's K rate concern you? Definitely. For me, I believe we're going to put that up there, Cody, for just a second. Yeah. And I believe, interesting, Byron, we're going to come back to that Shields at 33 in a second, because I think that's maybe a good shout. And there's been some steam there overnight for David Shields to the Twins. So Honeycutt, I think, immediately becomes a record holder for the highest K percentage drafted in the third round. He struck out 28% of the time in 2024. And I believe that he's one of 8 guys who have ever been first round picks that struck out north of 24% of the time in college. One of those was actually Trevor Larnach, who was drafted by the Twins. So the concerns with Honeycutt, Cody's absolutely right. It's a hit tool. There's contact concerns, and like I think most concerningly for that profile, like in zone contact concerns or in zone whiff. And he's a guy who I mentioned. I might prefer if someone else takes Vance Honeycutt, and that's not maybe not my flavor of risk profile. So I do think Honeycutt's K percentage is concerning.
Dodgers are taking Kellen Lindsay at 23.
Okay, Kellen Lindsay is a prospect who we mocked to the Dodgers several times. I think this makes a ton of sense. He is a shortstop out of Hardy High School in Florida. Trey Turner comps for Kellen Lindsay, a much more...
What about not liking comps?
I'm talking about other people's comps, not mine.
Okay,
I think they're
fair,
unfair.
fair.
6 foot, 180 pounds, righty. He's a more kind of slight build type guy, but I think both Honeycutt and Lindsay make a ton of sense for the Orioles and the Dodgers. The Dodgers lean into like athletic traits and profiles. Lindsay is a 2-sport athlete. He played football and baseball. Started focusing only on baseball this spring. It's 80 grade speed. Whether he ends up as a shortstop or a center fielder, he's going to be a problem. But on a good showing, I think, at the draft combine prior to the draft. Not that that's a serious kind of indicator, but he was like a big pop-up guy this spring and went from like not on the consensus board at all to like suddenly in May he was there and in a top 50 spot and kind of steadily climbed. So after Gillen, he's the second of these 5 prep infielder shortstop types to go. There's 3 more of those on the board, who I think might be of interest to the Twins at 33. But if not, we can also talk through some of the prep pitching options, which they might be interested in, because I think they're going to have maybe a little bit of savings from Culpepper.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Seth, let's see. Lindsay to the Dodgers. Steven, thanks for keeping us up to date on things going on. We appreciate it.
We're not getting into it right away. We're glad someone in the chat is.
Yeah, we love it. On Culpepper, he'll spend time at Fort Myers after he signs to get his bearings. Maybe a few games in the FCL, just because he probably hasn't played competitive games, but he'll get to Fort Myers. Seth, I trust no one but you in knowing what that plan would look like. Could get to Cedar Rapids this year. I would expect Culpepper to be a relatively successful and quick mover. Let me just say this real quick on Culpepper as we kind of traverse through the end of the first round here. I know that Culpepper might not be a prospect that lights kind of everyone on fire with excitement that the Twins took, but the same thing was true for Luke Keeschel last year.
Right, and now look at him.
Twins second round pick, now consensus top 100 prospect representing the Oregon, the futures game the other day.
Yes, he was. So yeah, do you think if it was mentioned Culpepper is not going to be a full-time shortstop, do you have an idea of what his next best position could be?
Yeah, that's a fun question. So I do think they'll start him there. Right. And so you're going to give your guys every opportunity to keep going at the top of the defensive spectrum before moving them down, because it'll help the athleticism continue to play. I think third base makes the most sense after shortstop. Culpepper has a really strong arm. That's where he played the majority of his career at Kansas State at third base. My guess is when Sean Johnson is on with the media later today, you will hear him talk about how they feel like Culpepper can stick somewhere on the dirt. I think he could handle third base or second base
Certainly.
comfortably.
So now
Okay,
we're
let's
taking a
see.
minute on the Braves, getting their pick.
The Braves. What are we up to now? 2024.
4. Yep.
Okay. Okay, 24, the Braves. It looks like they are taking left-handed pitcher Cam Caminiti out of
Okay.
Saguaro High School in Arizona. Caminiti was 18th on the consensus board, was the highest ranked prep pitcher throughout most of the cycle, was most connected with the Tigers and the Giants. So slipped a little bit here down to 24. The Braves were connected with prep pitching through the entirety of kind of mock draft season. Caminiti just 17. He reclassified from the 2025 draft for this one. 6'2", 205, left-handed pitcher. We'll talk about some of his stuff real quick here. Fastball has been up to 98. I think that's his best pitch. I think the criticisms or opportunities for him that have been talking about is like better shapes on his breaking pitches. There's a slider and a curveball, but I think both need a little refinement. But he's been up around that 10 to 15 range, and so I think this represents pretty good value for the Braves here at 24.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who we got next, Theo, after the Braves? I'm losing track of
Padres.
picks here. Padres. Padres got to be a prep. I think they've taken a prep in the first round for like the last 7 drafts in a row.
It's likely, yeah. Let's check that.
Okay, so as we catch our breath here on the board, let's talk about some options for the Padres. Highest ranked player remaining on the consensus board is Ryan Walschmidt. He's 16th overall. You've got Brody Brecht at 21st overall. Highest prep pitcher is Cash Mayfield, left-handed pitcher out of Oklahoma. He's ranked 23rd. Then you've got Ryan Sloan, a right-handed prep pitcher out of Illinois. He's at 27. Slade Caldwell, prep outfielder that we discussed as a possibility for the Twins, is at 28. And then Wyatt Sanford, a prep shortstop out of Independence High School, Texas. He's at 29th overall on the board. So this Padres pick does line up with a number of kind of prep options here.
Yeah. Padres haven't gone college pitcher first overall since Cal Quantrill back in 2016. So it's all been prep.
Wow.
So they're just going to keep that trend going for themselves here.
Okay, Jeremy's back. Ooh, we got a close-up, Jeremy.
Yeah, he's working on his camera problems. Let's not.
Got it. My bad.
Let's not rush him back. Yeah.
Cody, we're gonna hit that question in just a second.
Jeremy, feel free to add yourself back in when you're ready.
Okay, while we're waiting on the Padres, Cody, this is a really interesting question. Let's pop that up here. So Cody says, why do you think the Twins are so drawn to college shortstops? Cites Brooks Lee, Jacob Gonzalez last year. In parentheses, didn't pick him yet. Twins Twitter was ablaze when folks thought that Jacob Gonzalez was going to be the pick at 5. Ended up being Walker Jenkins and now Culpepper. I think like it's as simple as if you start if you get a college bat at the top of the defensive spectrum, you have options as they progress and as they move down, right? And so we talked about this a little bit with the first base profiles that Jeremy and I don't really like of Jack Caglione and Nick Kurtz, even though they're great bats. If the bat doesn't play or if something goes wrong with the offensive profile, you're in a mess because you don't have anywhere for them to go defensively but DH. And so it's kind of the opposite of that approach, right? Which is drafting a well-rounded bat that plays at the top of the defensive spectrum and they can work their way down. But you're absolutely right that the Twins have been kind of drawn to these we'll call them like on the dirt profiles. Tanner Schobel, another one who they took in Comp B a couple of years ago. So
2 years ago.
A great question, Cody. But I think it's as simple as like start from the top of the defensive spectrum and work your way down. Jeremy, welcome back.
Hey, you guys hear me?
Can hear you. There you are. Perfect. Are you familiar with what you missed?
Yeah, I was listening to you guys. I just wasn't.
No worries.
I'm heading back to YouTube for the time being.
We saw a prep pitcher, right? We saw Vance Honeycutt. Have we seen?
We saw Kellen Lindsay go to the Dodgers, which I think you and I have been talking about for like 6 weeks.
Yep.
And then we're about to get the Padres pick here. We saw Cam Caminiti finally come off the board and go to the Braves, who were heavy in on prep pitching. So now we have the Padres up at 25 with a ton of prep players, both hitters and pitchers, and Ryan Waldschmidt on the board.
Yeah,
having gone prep like seven years in a row, I think.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I'm curious to see who falls to the Twins at 33, and I'm hoping it's a prep pitcher.
Hey, first time I've spoken when I was muted today. Good times. Darren, thanks for this question. I want to throw this up there. Do you think Waldschmidt is being bought down? This is the least shocking pick ever, and we'll get to the Padres in a second. Do you think Waldschmidt is being bought down, or are there concerns about his arm bringing him down? Waldschmidt recovering from a torn ACL at the beginning of this season. I don't think this is out of the reasonable range for him at this point, Darren, personally. So I think it's maybe too early to kind of speculate about who might be taking him. He was kind of a late riser into this first round, and I can't imagine his bonus demands are such that he kind of needs to be bought down. So I think we should hold off for a couple more picks before speculating about like a fall for him, because if we go back even 3 or 4 days before the final consensus board update, he was like 30th on the board and he vaulted up to 16, or wherever he kind of ended up there. So it's a great question. I think we should kind of hold off on it for now. Let's pop this comment from Tom up here. Real quick, Jeremy, on the first base DH topic, because Jeremy, we're just talking about why do the Twins target college shortstops or college bats that can stay on the dirt? And Tom says we've seen this with Aaron Sabato, though I get why they targeted a safe college bat that year.
Well, and think about like who we've seen the Twins play at first, right? We've seen Luis Ariz play first. We've seen Jose Miranda play first. Like you can plug anybody in at first base. It might not be a perfect fit. It might not make a lot of sense. Like Luis Ariz didn't make a ton of sense as a first baseman, but he could hit. And so you find a spot for him. And if you have 4 shortstops as your infield, that's not the worst thing in the world, right? Kirilloff plays a lot of first, can play in the outfield. And so if you take a guy that can only play first base, you just limit your flexibility so much that it doesn't make sense. And like, could Carlos Correa, as he gets older, be a first baseman? Yeah, sure. Right. And I don't think you want to pay him to be a first baseman at 38 years old. But if you draft a guy that could only play first base, taking lots of days off because that's a place you'd like to rotate guys through a little bit. So I'd rather take shortstops, and they could literally play anywhere else, right? Could Culpepper end up in the corner outfielder in center field? Sure, right? Miguel Sano was signed as a shortstop. It's just
Sure
it's just
was.
Wow.
So, dude, we got to catch up on picks here real quick because we got a couple. I think unsurprisingly for the Padres at 25, they are going prep as we predicted. I think this makes it the 8th year in a row. We have also, I think, mocked this one a couple of times. Cash Mayfield to the Padres at 25th overall. Let's talk about him quick. I think someone brought him up as a possibility for the Twins, and we cited the age. He is 19. The Twins will tend to veer towards younger guys in their model. Charlie Soto was 17 on draft day last year. Mayfield is an interesting pitching prospect, though, for sure, out of Elk City High School, Oklahoma. 6'4", 200 pounds, left-handed thrower. The best delivery in this draft class. Fastball's been up to 94. Relies on 2 secondaries, a really good changeup and a sweeper in the low 80s, and pretty good control. I think, from what I've researched and watched with Mayfield, most folks are kind of bullish on his ability to stick as a starter just because the delivery's so clean and repeatable. We're watching some footage of him here and some highlights of his changeup. And then, Jeremy, how's this maybe for a little bit of a surprise? New York Yankees at 26 are going off our board for sure, and they are taking right-handed pitcher Ben Hess out of Alabama at number 26. What are your thoughts on Mayfield or Hess?
So Hess is 46th on the consensus board. His high water mark was Keith Law at 24. Mm-hmm. There's obviously stuff in there that would suggest they could be a first round profile. Cash Mayfield to the Padres, I don't think that's a surprise at all.
No. Nope.
And I mean the thing about Hess going there is it's going to push somebody down, and I think every team right now likes to see that. If you're looking up at names, great. When you start looking down at names that are crossed off, that's perfect. So,
dude, let's put it this way: if you're the Brewers at the Twins at 33 or the Brewers at 34, I think you're going to have ample, really, really interesting names available to you in a number of different demographics when your second pick comes up. Let's talk a little bit about Hess before we get to the Philadelphia Phillies at 27. I feel like Brecht might go to the Phillies. Let's see. Hess, 6'5", 255 pounds, right-handed pitcher, kind of a Lance Lynn comp, I think.
Yeah. I think that's right.
The headline pitch is the fastball has been up to 99, run and ride type fastball, a pair of breaking balls, a kind of slurvy curveball, and then a good slider. He has the arm talent to be a kind of mid to front of the mid rotation arm, but really uneven performance and an injury history to boot. Walked 4.6 guys per 9 in 2024 and 68 innings, but struck out over 14 guys per 9, right? So the stuff and the performance didn't really meet, but that's also true for a lot of D1 college arms in such a bloated offensive environment. And so whatever team you're following, if you look up college pitching stats, I would encourage you to take them with a major grain of salt and not read too much into them, because offense is kind of at an all-time high in college baseball. Hess is a little bit of an off-the-board pick for the Yankees. Phillies are up at 27. What are you thinking, Jeremy?
Well, I think Brecht makes sense. But at this point, if you're going to play it straight, like Ryan Walchman makes sense. Mm-hmm. The hard part is we don't know bonus demands, right?
We sure don't.
And so I think that becomes this huge unknown, because there's a reason that Payne goes at 17, right?
Mhm.
And I can't imagine it's because the Brewers are just playing their board straight. There's 3 college catchers left, right?
Yeah, sure is.
And so I think they're going to go kind of quickly when the first one goes. Maybe I'm way wrong. You also have the Diamondbacks that are coming up
Yeah.
with 3 picks. So there's just a lot of stuff happening right now
Yep.
that can kind of blow everything up.
I have a Diamondbacks theory. I think the Diamondbacks are going to take 2 of the prep shortstops.
Yeah,
I think they're going to maybe go something like Tyson Lewis and Wyatt Sanford. I'm curious because they kind of own this part of the draft coming up, 3 picks in 5 or 3 picks in 6, whatever it is. And they're certainly in a good position financially. Ballpark, top 10, top 12 bonus pool overall. And the reason for that is they have their 29th pick in the first round for being the pennant winner in the NL. They have the 31st pick that's received for Corbin Carroll winning Rookie of the Year. That's a PPI pick. And then they also have a Comp A pick this year, picking at 35. So they pick at 31, 29, 31, and 35. So they get to run this part of the draft. The Diamondbacks as we come up on the Phillies selection. Jeremy. Okay, well, I think we got a surprise here.
Oh.
Philadelphia Phillies selecting prep outfielder Dante Nori at 27th overall. Ben Hess is such a Yankee name, says Matt Shoeblood. Jeremy, tell us a little bit about Dante Nori. Fascinating.
So Nori's a little bit old for the class.
Yeah, he is.
Super athletic outfielder. I think anybody that follows Minnesota sports is familiar with his dad, Micah,
Sure.
who was a college baseball player who now is an assistant basketball coach for the Minnesota Timberwolves. So Nori's a guy that we had talked about just because of the human interest side. He checks in at 73rd right now on the consensus board, committed to Mississippi State, but is old for the class. So that was kind of why I never saw the Twins being a place for him, maxed out physically. Runs well, hits well, throws well, should stick in center field. Did not see him go in 27. In fact, I saw him, I want to say early in the second round or maybe mid-second round in a mock, and I was like, okay, that's cool.
Yep.
So Dante Nori at Michigan Prep, and super cool
Yeah,
for the Nori family.
Yeah, so that was definitely steam that he was maybe going in Comp A. He was actually mocked to the Twins this morning.
Really?
In a mock draft with their 30 or their pick at 33. I never really saw that fit. You mentioned the age thing, and I want to talk about that for a second because we should remember this for the Phillies, right? I think we said at the time when we talked about this on an episode of DTS that whoever drafts Dante Nori, it will tell us a decent amount about their drafting preferences. Nori is not just like old for the class. He's super old for the class for a prep hitter. In fact, he's going to turn 20 a few months after the draft. And like you mentioned, he's kind of physically maxed out, and that's not like a knock. But you'll often see, he's a projectable frame, right? Whether that's a pitcher or a hitter, like he'll grow into more strength. And so that kind of tells us that that's not necessarily something of focus for the Phillies, which I think is really interesting. Some more notes on him. Obviously undersized guy, very quiet swing, compact, direct, kind of line drive type approach at the moment. Pulls the ball in the air well. Maybe we'll get to average power, but he's a plus runner, one of the faster prep guys in the draft. An above average arm too. He should have a really good chance to stick in center field, I think. I would imagine Nori is an underslot, given that he's, what did you say, 72nd by consensus, 19 years old, 5'11", 190 pounds, left-handed, hitting and throwing. Dante Nori to the Philadelphia Phillies at 27. That was the Houston Astros on the clock at 28. I feel like they often lean into athletic traits. I feel like, who have we mocked to them, Jeremy? Dakota Jordan, maybe. Curious what you think the Astros might do here.
Well, before we get to the Astros, the Phillies going under slot, like they don't have extra picks, right? So this is going to be a spread out type thing. The Astros,
63rd is their next pick in the second round. Yeah.
The Astros, who do I have on my last mock? Billy Amick was my value pick here for the Astros at 28. I don't know how much further we can watch Waldschmidt not get picked. And is Brody Brecht the type of guy that the type of pitcher that the Astros find themselves drafting?
Well, we can tell you right now that it's neither of those guys because they're taking Walker Yannick, Houston State catcher, at 28th overall. We will see if this starts a run at that position. Yannick was the second overall catcher by consensus at 25th overall, 21 years old, 6 foot, 190 pounds, right-handed hitting and throwing from Houston State. Jeremy, I think we both had Yannick as catcher 1 in this class, even though he's not number 1 by consensus. Curious, what made him number 1 catcher for you? What do you like about Walker Yannick?
You were the Yannick 1 guy. I think I was more of a Moore.
Oh, you were. I'm misremembering, dude. Okay, I'll talk about Walker Yannick then. No problem. Okay, so Yannick, so here we've talked about this a lot for teams that we cover, and this kind of hesitancy of drafting a catcher in the first round. And I know the Twins obviously drafted Ryan Jeffers in the second round. But if I'm drafting a catcher in the first round, I want to feel really confident that he's going to stick at catcher. And like a good chunk of these college catchers in this range, I'm not confident about that. And so if I'm not confident that a guy is going to stick at catcher, I want to take a guy who's a bat first, hitterish type profile later, and then I'll teach the catching part too, especially if it's a first round pick. Walker Yannick is the one guy I'm confident will stick at the catcher position as a pro. He's the best defensive catcher in the class. Really good arm, controls the running game well. Some work to do on the receiving stuff, I think, but I think that's kind of to be expected. He took a massive step forward offensively at the plate this year. He hit 366, 476, slug 709, good for a 1.185 OPS, 17 home runs, 40 walks, and 45 strikeouts in 50 games. That's backing up a pretty solid Cape Cod League performance in 2023. And so if we kind of project Yannick forward as like, what is the outcome here? I think it's very possible that you have a average to above average defensive catcher and then offensive tools that are average across the board, like a 50 hit, 50 power. That's a really good player. And so for me, that's why he was a clear catcher number 1 in this class, and the Astros is scooping him up at 28th overall. Pardon me. Your thoughts on that pick, Jeremy?
Yeah, I think this was the time that you're going to start seeing catchers go off the board. So it could have been any of those 3. If you want a catcher, this is the time to get it. I don't know that any of them were solidly first round picks, but if you want a catcher, like, you're not drafting prep catchers more often than not. And one team was going to be bound and determined to get that first catcher, and it was the Astros. So now it becomes, to me, the most fascinating part of the draft, because it's going to be Diamondbacks for 1, Rangers for 1, and then Diamondbacks second, and then Orioles second, and then Twins second, and then Brewers,
Jeremy,
and then
let's play a game real quick, because the Twins are back up in 5 picks.
Yep.
Right now.
You want 5?
The Twins are. Oh, the Diamondbacks are taking Slade Caldwell at 29. Okay. So Slade Caldwell goes 29th overall to the Diamondbacks. I mentioned the possibility of them leading into the prep class with this kind of slew of picks. I don't think they're going to be done here, personally. Let's talk about Caldwell quickly, then we'll come back to that Twins question. So he's a guy we had long suspected that the Twins might like. There have been plenty of draft steam connecting Caldwell and the Twins. 18-year-old prep outfielder out of Arkansas, 5'9", 175, lefty. So a short king.
Who's he get a comp to?
He gets a comp to Corbin Carroll. And we talked about the Diamondbacks. Okay, so let's spill the tea here for a second. The Diamondbacks have been actually explicit in not being afraid to draft undersized players. Their GM has kind of spoken about that publicly. I also think it's fair to say that Tom, we're going to talk about that comment in just a second because I kind of agree. The Diamondbacks have similar drafting tendencies to the Minnesota Twins. They have similar models. That is not something that we've been told. That is a insight that we're kind of offering based on kind of observations and comparisons, right? So no one's told us that. That's kind of our inference. But let's talk a little bit about Caldwell. So I'm just grabbing his scouting report here, Jeremy. Then I want to hear your take on him. So undersized, obviously, explosive athlete, really nice left-handed swing, controls the strike zone really well. Line drive type swing is never going to be a big power guy, but it's going to be probably a plus hit tool. Double plus runner, going to stick in center field. Doesn't have a great arm, but certainly has a range for center field. We mentioned the Corbin Carroll comp here, less some of the power, but he was a guy who we both liked kind of a ton coming into this day one and was a possible fit for the Twins. Jeremy, what do you think about Slade Caldwell to the Diamondbacks at 29?
Yeah, I think we had felt that he was going to be a comp player to a team that saved some money. And the Guardians were really that team that was rumored most seriously. But I think he was someone that was going to get consideration starting in the 20s. And so it all makes a lot of sense that the Diamondbacks would go there and then be able to kind of go back to that demographic here over the next handful of picks. So I really do like that pick for the Diamondbacks. I do like this question because I think it's a simple answer.
You've got 30 seconds to answer it. What do you think?
No, I don't think they bought him down because why would they could have taken him and then Payne could have fallen to him.
I agree, but I am like Darren, like I'm interested in your line of thinking, right? Of like, why is Waldschmidt still on the board? I'm still going to continue to cite the fact that a day ago he was like 30 something, 32, 33, 34, 35 on the consensus board. So don't worry, we're not going to lose track of Waldschmidt. I want to put this question up here, Jeremy, from Tom. The Twins are coming back in 4 picks, and I wanted to play this game before we saw the Caldwell news break. Let me quickly run you through some names. Tom brings up Wyatt Sanford. I want to say he's 30th on the consensus board, a prep shortstop out of Independence High School in Texas. Really good glove. The bat's come on a long way in 2024. We've got Brody Breck still on the board, Waldschmidt still on the board, Malcolm Moore still on the board, Ryan Sloan, a massive armed prep pitcher out of Illinois, who's been up to 100. Tommy White, Caleb Lomavita, who really strikes your fancy at this point for the Twins at 33? Remove Malcolm Moore from that conversation because he's going to the Rangers at 30.
So we got another catcher off the board.
Catcher off the board, buddy.
I really like David Shields, who's a little bit further down.
Mm-hmm.
But at this point, you could maybe manipulate your draft pool to get that guy later, since there's been so many later picks. But yeah, I highlighted Brody Brecht. I highlighted Ryan Sloan.
I will be right back, Jeremy. Keep going, buddy.
Braylon Doughty is another name. Yeah, you go. I'll just keep talking. Braylon Doughty is another name that interests me. Another prep guy. As we look through the list, And then there's still a bunch of hitters too. So it's kind of the bottom, not necessarily the bottom tier, but that next tier of hitters that and Theo's back. There's Theo. I was confused
I'm
there.
back.
Theo without glasses is this like some Clark Kent thing that you?
No, unfortunately not.
Man?
I'm not
Cool.
that impressive. I am a journalist, but not with superhero power, so it would be
So,
awesome.
We were just talking because Malcolm Moore just went to the Rangers at 30.
Yeah, saw that.
So we got 2 of the 3 college catchers off the board, and now we'll have, I believe, the Diamondbacks back.
They get their reward pick now, right, for Corbin Carroll?
Yep. So they took Caldwell at 29, and then they get the Slade Caldwell comp Corbin Carroll Rookie of the Year pick here at 31. So could they go prep again? I think they could, and it's just an interesting spot to be in because you never know how the pools are going to play out. But all these teams now, Diamondbacks, Orioles, Twins, Brewers, are all about to make their second pick, and we can kind of get an idea of how their plans are going to work moving forward, just because we'll get to see how these picks.
Yeah,
roll.
and I think it's safe to say the Brewers have definitely made the most unexpected change in their trajectory going into this draft with their pick.
Yeah, they went way off the board, and the Phillies kind of too, the Yankees as well, but the Brewers are the team that's going to draft first out of that group. So I think they're going to get. They got an idea. I'm just curious to see how it plays out, and for me, it's almost got to be that prep. It's got to be that prep. It's got to be a prep pitcher. It's got to be someone with signability or price tag issues that they just weren't confident enough that they could for sure get it done. But they, like I said, they played that last year's draft so well that, I don't know. You good, Jamie?
I'm good. Just needed a minute. Say goodnight to my kids.
That's fair.
Okay, where are we at? We haven't had another pick, right?
We are done with the first round.
Done with the first round. Okay. So
is there a pause then probably?
I'm sure there is a pause. Diamondbacks coming up at 31. So we got 31 and 32, which are PPI picks for Corbin Carroll and Gunnar Henderson. And then the Twins pick at 33, comp pick for Sonny Gray. Then we get into comp A, starting with the Brewers at 34. I bet we got a couple minutes here to kind of catch our breath. If anyone has questions, comments, etc., feel free to keep dropping those in the chat.
The other thing we could do is if we want to take a little, if we might have a little bit of time, Seth just got off the Culpepper Zoom press. If we want to have him jump in and give any feedback on, he would just need that link.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Okay. But so you look at 30 guys gone. Waldschmidt 16, Schmidt obviously 19, Breck 21, which is kind of a surprise to me at this point. Sloan 27, Sanford 29, Tommy White 31, Lamavita 32.
I have a couple of least preferred profiles from this list. I don't want to share them because it is what it is, I guess. So let's talk about that list with the twin. Okay, here we go. Tom's got a question coming up. Let's see. Would you guys prefer the Twins to aim for more upside coming up here? Feels to me like Culpepper was a great pick and kind of established a floor, and now they can take a risk. And thank you, Tom. This is perfect timing for this question. Jeremy, I feel like you talked about it, and we talked about it when we speculated with Brecht a little bit, right? Of they have the picks and the money to take some risks here. And they did that a lot in a similar situation last year. Walker Jenkins was seen as a safe, extremely, extremely high pedigree prep player, but they took Charlie Soto, 17-year-old, relatively new to pitching, high octane arm. They took Brandon Winokur. You want to talk about tool shed prep players. Brandon Winokur coming in was seen very much as a boom or bust prospect. And I think he's done really solidly in his first season at low A, and started to make some improvements offensively. So Jeremy, what's your take here around like the Twins potentially shooting for more upside, AKA a prep position player, or more likely maybe a prep pitcher at this point?
I think that would be a great thing to do, because that's how the board is kind of set to. They do have 2 more picks today, so they can spread their money
after 33.
Correct. Yep. So that's kind of where it becomes interesting, because we don't know. There may very well be a plan in place that we're just not privy to until they make the announcements.
Yes,
and we could see those types of players start falling. And yeah, I think Waldschmidt still being on the board suggests that somebody is contributing to that fall potentially. But it's impossible to know right now.
Yep.
Well, Seth has joined us if we want to add him in to hear what he heard.
Hey there, Seth. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, all you guys. This is fun. You guys are doing great.
Thanks.
Appreciate you joining us, man. So you were just on a call hearing a little bit about Kaelen Culpepper. Would love to hear what was shared, hear your impressions of the Twins' first pick and what was said.
Yeah, so first of all, Kaelen Culpepper, as you saw, if you're watching it on TV, was at the event. So there are several Twins beat writers there who are who probably, I assume, had a chance to talk to him before we did on Zoom. But there was a small group of us that were able to interview Kaelen Culpepper. I kind of just asked him which of his tools he liked the best, and he sees himself as being a 5-tool type of a player with good speed. He said he loved to steal 50 bases, a little bit of power, a big arm, good defense. Kind of an upside guy because he does have so many tools, but at the same time, kind of a safer pick as well. So I'm really curious where the Twins are going with pick 33, because I think, to Tom's question that you guys just answered, I think they're going to go. I don't know. I think it's going to be a surprise. I think it'll be someone maybe down the list or something like that, but maybe a high upside type of a talent. I don't know for sure, but I would expect to be surprised coming into this next pick. But Culpepper, I mean, he was very good in the interview. It was a little hard to hear, so I may have missed bits of it, and I'll obviously transcribe it later. But he enjoys fishing, so that'll keep him happy keep Minnesotans happy with him. He likes playing MLB The Show and can't wait to get his own card and things like that. So to me it's a great pick. I feel like it's a little higher than maybe he was ranked on your consensus board, JD, but at the same time, I feel like there is upside there and there is some safety in it. So to me, it's a great pick. And I could be wrong.
Oh, you're muted.
Good time. Second time I've done that in the last 15 minutes. Clearly, I'm going downhill. The Diamondbacks just took Ryan Waldschmidt, so he's gone there. No, I appreciate you bringing that up, Seth. I agree. For me, like, the consensus board serves a purpose, but the teams are operating off models and tons of data that goes into that, right? From hitting metrics to scouting reports to, all of the incredible information they have at their disposal. And so I don't think anyone should read anything into him being a little lower on the consensus board than he selected. The Twins are confident in their process. They have an exceptional track record with their process in the last few drafts, and I think they've earned the trust of Twins fans with how they've drafted, particularly in the last 3 cycles.
Yeah, I mean, I think I do think they've done that. I think their model, whether it's a formula or something, but it includes everything from intangibles to how he corresponds with to scouts or others or teammates. I know they take a lot of things into account, so it's much more than what we see. And again, that there is bias. They have opinions. They see these guys 20 times. I guarantee they've seen Kaelen Culpepper play, I bet, 50 to 100 times, over the last 5 or 6 years, not just the last 3 years at Kansas State. So, yeah, it's an exciting pick. I am excited to see 333 and yeah, like I said, you guys are doing great. I didn't want to take up too much of your time, but I thought it's kind of fun just to catch up with him and again, they're doing it at like the stockyards in Dallas. So I don't know. Looks like they found him a little locker room or something, and there was some background noise and music. I don't know. Maybe there are even some cows in there or something. Those Texas Longhorn things or something. But yeah, it was kind of an interesting thing. But it was fun, and I think they've got a talented young kid, and yeah, I love the pick, to be honest with you. But I probably would love it even if I didn't love it. I'd tell you I loved it.
Fair.
So you don't,
but I do love it.
You don't have a guess on who we see it at 33?
No, I don't know. Part of me wants to go with Tommy Tanks and just, he got a cool nickname and things like that. But I honestly, I'm going to guess position player. I feel like they felt really good about Charlie Soto last year, but he had the size. I mean, he's not Marco Raya. He's a big dude, and I really like that one. So, yeah, I probably shouldn't, but maybe the pitcher out of Fargo Davies. Rarick on day 3, maybe day 2. Okay. I would be shocked if they took him on pick here. So that would give them some good money to do whatever they want the rest of the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Sure would.
I think they could find money other ways though, instead of drafting a guy way early.
Yeah. No, and I don't anticipate they'll take a guy. But again, I wrote the article earlier today about, Ryan Jeffers wasn't on anybody's top 200, right. And they took him at 59. Right. So, I mean, we may hear the name and be like, who's that guy? He may not even be on your 188 player list. Here,
I got a longer list, Seth. Don't worry, buddy. I got I got 550 somewhere else.
Like, guarantee I will be listening. And if you guys are still on after the second pick and we're able to talk to him, or we'll get to talk to Sean, maybe between 33 and 60 or something, touch base again. But it's a lot of fun. So keep up the good work. Don't work too hard.
Appreciate you, Seth.
Thanks, Seth.
All right. Thanks, guys.
See ya.
I'm really hoping for David Shields.
You're really locked in at this point. I love it, dude. So tell folks a little bit, Jeremy, about what it is that you like about Shields, because I do think you make a really strong logical argument for him. And you've talked about him for about a week now, and listening to you explain it on our last mock draft on DTS, it makes a lot of sense. So tell us a little bit about Shields and why you like him.
Reclassified from 25 class to 24, so he's going to check the box of being younger. Was a 2-sport player formerly, gave up football. Yep. Twins have liked that before. He's got room to grow. He's tall, 6'2". I mean, not overly tall, but there's room to grow there. He's not, sub 6 feet. Doesn't have a great fastball yet, but he's 17. The Twins know how to coach that into college guys. So if you can coach that into college guys, I think you can coach it even better into a 17-year-old. Has a sweeper right now. That's a good pitch. They love that pitch. So you can make that a little bit better. And he's kind of more polished than your typical young pitcher. And so I just think there's a lot of moldable stuff, but the clay that's there to work with is really good. Right?
Someone agrees with you, Jeremy. Someone agrees with you in the comments. Byron Doc Bauer. I love people's YouTube names. And we talked about we've talked about Shields as someone who kind of fits some of the trends that the Twins have drafted towards with their pitching in recent years, right? And this certainly does not apply to all of their pitching selections. Like, this does not apply to Charlie Soto, for example. But the Twins have often drafted like elite strike throwers or good strike throwers. And we've said their kind of pitching organizational philosophy is generally we're going to find guys that can throw strikes, and then we'll teach them to be nasty, like in the strike zone, and teach them to miss bats. And your examples, if Tom's still on here, I feel like he was really kind of riding the wagon for Andrew Morris before a lot of guys were, and he's absolutely crushing it in Double A. Zebby Matthews, obviously, like I think has generated even more attention than him. Zebby's kind of top 100 guy now. I don't think Andrew Morris is too far behind, but both of those guys are guys who throw like 70+% strikes. And that's certainly something the Twins lean on. And so I do think it makes some logical sense for a like pitchability type arm that you can develop, that can add strength, that can add more velocity to their fastball, work on the shapes of the secondary pitches. The Baltimore Orioles are drafting Griff O'Farrell, Virginia shortstop, at 32nd overall.
Yeah, I think that was a name that was pretty heavy in this area.
O'Farrell definitely had.
That puts Twins on the clock then, right?
Twins are back on the clock.
Let's go. There's so many options that would make me really, really happy here.
So the other thing that I need to say is 60 seems like a long ways away, but
feels getting tired.
You could float a guy.
Yeah.
You could float a guy to 60. So
Dax Whitney, I love that.
Even if it's not the name that you want here at 33, it doesn't mean it's not going to be there at 60, right? I mean, how far did the Rangers float Porter when they took Rocker? Was it the 4th round?
You said this, and we got Spencer coming back on because the Brewers are we're gonna get Spencer back on here, and you can react to the Twins pick as well as the Brewers pick, Spencer.
Sounds good.
We're in similar position. Someone says it's gonna be Tommy White. I do not think it's gonna be Tommy White. Tom says maybe Dax Whitney. I love Dax Whitney. That's like an awesome story and a really intriguing prospect for me. We will soon find out.
So could it be someone like Kyle DeBarge?
I love Kyle DeBarge, dude. I love Kyle DeBarge, and I do not care that he's like 50th on the consensus board. Extremely productive college shortstop out of Louisiana Lafayette. He feels like a Cleveland Guardian more than any other prospect in the universe to me, but
then you got to do it now.
I would like that pick.
Okay, as soon as the pick happens, I'll
we'll get your instant reaction first, Jeremy, and then we'll quickly. I don't think Byron Dockbauer. I don't think Dax Whitney is going to slide to 60. I think he's going to be a top 50 pick. He is also, by the way, rumored to be one of the 3 most expensive prep pitchers in this draft, along with Schmidt, who's now withdrawn, and Ryan Sloan, who is still on the board. Wake Forest commit out of Illinois, been up to 100.
But those are the types of guys you can sell.
DeBarge. It's called DeBarge to the Twins at 33.
So
Jeremy.
I think that officially means that I had him at pick 69 in my 10-round mock, right? But I said DeBarge currently ranked 65th is a big prospect in a small package. Only stands 5'9", but has the tools to succeed in pro ball. Great bat to ball skills, good eye, plus speed, plus arm, sneaky power. Might not be a shortstop for the long term, but has all the tools if a move is required to the outfield or across the infield. It's like it's kind of like the Tanner Schobel meet Luke Keeschel, and then that's what you get.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I dig that. I dig that for the Twins. People are gonna say, "Oh God, another shortstop." Hey, I get that, but you need those. That's beyond the mound. That's the most important position on the field. And even if neither of these guys stick there, they both have an offensive profile to play elsewhere. So I'm going to write this one up. I'm all about that.
All right, let's get some Spencer thoughts because we chatted about a lot of these guys a couple of days ago, my friend. What do you think about DeBarge to the Twins at 33?
Yeah, I like that pick for Minnesota quite a bit. I think I would rather him than O'Farrell, who went the pick before.
Agreed.
By quite a bit. So I like that fit. I mean, he's kind of good at everything, and there's no like huge plus tools for him, but I think he can stick at short. I think between him and Culpepper, I would guess Culpepper moves to third more likely. I think DeBarge is more likely to stick at short. So I think it's a good fit. I think it's I would probably have him a bit higher than where like consensus had him. So I like that fit there for sure.
I agree. Let's talk about some quick details on DeBarge before we get the Brewers up at 34. If the Brewers pick comes out, we will pause on DeBarge and come back to him. So let's talk about his frame, 5'9", 170, righty. He is short, undersized player, very strong. He hit 356, 418, 699. That's good for a 1.117 OPS, 21 home runs, 43 extra base hits, 24 walks, 34 strikeouts in 60 games played. That is some of the best bat to ball skills in the draft class. We are going to come back to Kyle DeBarge in a second. So if you're a Twins fan, pause. But we got to get Spencer's takes on the Brewers pick because the pick is in and they are taking first baseman Blake Burke out of Tennessee at 34. What are your thoughts, Spencer?
I mean, the power is absolutely huge with Burke. Ton of bat speed, ton of home run power in there. I think he's got a decent hit tool. I don't think it's a bad hit tool. I think he could be an okay batting average type guy. It's a first baseman. He is not moving off of first base. Big dude, lefty. Like it's not somebody who can move to a corner outfield spot,
right?
But it is somebody who could be a middle of the order bat, and probably move somewhat quickly. I'm surprised again because I feel like this can't be.
That's not it, right? That's not it. We haven't seen the end game of the Brewers picks yet, and so like they keep kicking the can down the road, and it's making me so excited for what they're going to do later tonight, or maybe even tomorrow, dude. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, day 2 is super interesting. I kind of feel like the best value in the draft is day 2 this year, so I wonder if they're going to just save a bunch of money and take a bunch of shots in day 2. But Burke is a guy who could like probably move to high A or double A real quickly and just kind of hit.
Yep. So let's talk about his consensus board right up, and then we'll get some more thoughts from Spencer here. And I, too, am a big fan of this profile, and here's why. There's a lot of good power college bats in this class, undeniably. And there is at the top of the class, too, right? We had Jack Caglione and Nick Kurtz going in the top 10. But Burke offers a similar skill set at nowhere near the cost of like a top 10 pick to those guys. And I'm not saying he's as high ceiling of a prospect as Caglione or Kurtz, but let's talk about some of his numbers. In 2024, career high in batting average, doubles, strikeout to walk ratio, improved his approach, showed increased patience at the plate, made better adjustments with his bats. As you kind of alluded to, Spencer, like he's going to have to mash for this to be a good value pick. But here's his numbers on the season through super regionals, and Tennessee went deep, so I don't have time to update all these numbers, y'all. Burke hit 376, 449, slugged 713. That's good for a 1.162 OPS, 19 home runs, 48 extra base hits.
Yeah.
33 walks and 41 strikeouts in 66 games. I said it's been a loud season. He shouldn't have to wait too long to hear his name called in July.
Yeah. That sounds about right. I like this pick. I think this is a guy. I don't normally love a first base only profile, like just generally. It's always scary because you do have to rely completely on the bat, like entirely. But it's in this comp round, in this type of draft, like this type of pick feels safer than other picks. And again, it feels like it's still leaning towards a much bigger plan for this draft, which is exciting because I love that type of stuff. So I just can't imagine this is even slot. Like I would have to think
I can't either. So like you, Spencer, you'll know better than me, right? And I don't want to keep you here too long because I also know that you got college football waiting on you. But the Brewers went under slot maybe 3 of their first 4 picks. I know they did with Wilkin. I know they did with Noth.
Yeah.
I think there were a couple more before they even got to Batanti or even between Batanti and Pratt. And so I'm just like, I'm really fascinated to see where this is going with them a little bit later tonight.
Yeah, I I don't know why I'm blanking. Oh, Bovee. Yeah, they went under.
Yeah, there you go.
Bovee as well.
Yep.
So yeah, I think the first 3 picks last year were under. Then they went over for Batanti, over for Pratt for sure. I want to say one other day 2 pick they went over for, but then day 3 they used a bunch of the savings to get guys like Bishop Letson.
Yep.
And who was the Justin Chambers. They went over and they signed almost all their high school guys from the day 3 when I wasn't expecting them to sign hardly any of them. So yeah, it feels like this is their plan. And we talked about on the podcast how going under slot in this draft was going to be kind of more difficult.
Yeah.
It's kind of showing.
I guess not.
I mean, it is showing though. Like
Woo.
last year you got Brock Wilkin by going under slot. This time you took Braylon Payne there in a way. Like I think that's a different level of prospect to go under slot, but they're probably going further under on this one too. So it still might kind of even out.
Thanks, Matt and Joseph, for the Bovee comment, reminding us there. Speaking of Braylons, Spencer, the Cleveland Guardians taking Braylon Doughty at number 36.
That is a perfect pick for them. He's going to be brutal. Yeah, unfortunate for the Twins. Oh, JD Dix went to the D-backs?
JD Dix went to the Diamondbacks.
Nice.
Whitefish Bay, Wisconsin.
Local. Yeah.
And he scooted way back up boards. You know, he was kind of a, top 50-ish guy at the beginning of the cycle, like in the winter, and then really fell, and then scooted all the way back up to, I don't have him in front of me, 98 overall. But I like JD Dix's profile a ton. And then Braylon Doughty to the Cleveland Guardians feels like a match made in heaven, unless you are an AL Central opponent. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, D-backs are killing it. They're having my favorite draft right now.
I kind of agree.
That's a fun one.
Okay, so Spencer, real quick, one more question before I let you go, and as long as you're willing to keep hopping back on,
sure.
we'll get you back on in the second round here. Any prep targets that you would be really excited about the Brewers floating down to the second round? Maybe that's like too loaded of a question.
I mean, I like Tyson Lewis a lot. Prep shortstop out of Nebraska. I also like, I don't know how realistic it is to float somebody like Ryan Sloan down that far, but I would love Ryan Sloan at that pick. And he feels like a very real Brewers type of pick in a draft in general, like for a prep arm. So those 2 names, I mean, Luke Dickerson still feels like a guy I would love to see the Brewers get. He's been tied to them a lot. So those are the names I'd probably watch, but there's a decent amount of guys left on the board who feel like they're going to at least have a shot to get down there. And especially with the amount of money the Brewers have saved, I'm assuming they've saved at least.
Yes, sir. Okay. Well, Spencer, we're going to let you go, man. Really appreciate you hopping back on. We'll see you in a little bit for the Brewers' second round pick. As we continue, Jeremy, breaking news: the Colorado Rockies are selecting Brody Brecht at 38 overall. So they did not get their Chase Burns at number 3, but they did get a high octane arm in the end. Just before we talk about Brecht a little bit more, recapping, the Brewers selected Blake Burke, mashing first baseman out of Tennessee at 34. The Arizona Diamondbacks went with JD Dix, prep shortstop out of Whitefish Bay, Wisconsin, 35. The Cleveland Guardians selected right-handed pitcher Braylon Doughty at 36, which I'm unexcited about as a non-Cleveland fan. Pittsburgh Pirates took right-handed pitcher Levi Sterling at 37 and Brecht to the Rockies at 38. That's a lot to digest, man, Jeremy. So where do you want to start? Brecht to the Rockies, and then we can scoot back to Burke and a little bit more chat about Kyle DeBarge, who we really scooted over.
Yeah, so I just want to update my paper here because you do things online, I do things on paper.
You want me to read them for you again?
Nope, I got it. I was just looking for Levi Sterling. So I love the Brody Brecht pick. I wonder if how much that was by chance and how much that was by here's what we're doing at 3, and we'd love to see you at 30, whatever it was, 30, 38. And that the numbers match up. So that's a great pick for Colorado. I wonder if does the ball fly a little bit faster through the thin air then, so he's going to be throwing like 109. Levi Sterling, so not the prep pitcher that we saw going to Pittsburgh.
No,
right?
No, Bryce Message was who we were thinking, right?
Yeah, I think I had Whitney there at one point. But yeah, so you're never gonna fault a team for going prep pitcher in the comp round. A little bit surprised that it took till 36 for that to happen. Doughty was rumored to be a match with the Braves, but ended up going to the Guardians, which
I love that pick for them, dude. The Guardians are so smart. I know there's a lot of people on Twins Twitter who don't like the Guardians. They are an incredibly smart organization when it comes to drafting and developing guys. Doughty is a great fit for them.
And so, yeah, the JD Dix draft pick at 35, he was, what'd you say, 98 on consensus?
Yeah.
But I mean, they'll save some money on that, and that's a guy they liked. You had that highlighted. Varsho was also he's with the Diamondbacks, or they trade him? Don't Varsho?
He's at the Blue Jays now, right?
But the Diamondbacks drafted him.
Yes, sir.
Out of Southeast Wisconsin as well. So, yeah, they've done that, and Wisconsin has produced a decent number of prospects. It's hard to play. It's hard to play a lot of baseball here outside of the season.
Cody, thanks for that Diamondbacks comment. That's super interesting. Gregory continuing to be silly in the comments. Please keep it up. It's helping my energy. How about this, Jeremy, real quick? I want to put this comment up from Michael. Rockies walking away with Condon and Brecht is a coup. Do you agree? They also took Dollander last year, who fell a little bit, but they just promoted him to Double-A. He's absolutely crushing pro ball. Is it time to take the Rockies drafting a little bit more seriously?
Yeah. I think I like the pick. I like that they haven't overthought things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Marshfield is where Varsho was from, and that's not really Southeast Wisconsin. That's more like camping territory for Jamie.
But buddy, easy now. I had a great time in Northeastern Wisconsin last week. It was wonderful.
Yeah,
Wasaki. It was great.
That's fantastic. I do. I like that draft for Colorado.
Yep.
I mean, I've always said it. You gotta draft the pitchers, and they got the fourth best college pitcher and the best college hitter, in my opinion. And so, yeah, great job.
I like the Diamondbacks draft. I like the Blake Burke pick for Milwaukee. Jeremy, we were just talking about with Spencer before you hopped back on. This feels like some big things are coming for the Brewers later in this draft, because I cannot imagine Blake Burke even being slot either when you combine him with Braylon Payne. What do the Brewers have up their sleeve later in the draft? I'm excited to find out. I want to get your take. I got to pay more attention to my Twitter messages because I'm getting interesting things that I'm not paying attention to. What is your take, Jeremy, on the DeBarge pick? I want to scoot back to him because we kind of glossed over him because we had a Brewers pick coming right after. How are you feeling? I know you mentioned a mock. Any additional thoughts on DeBarge now that you've posted an article up at Twins Daily?
No, I like it. The one thing I added on him is, if it's pull side power, right? You alluded to that before. But are we talking about like a Brian Dozier type development where maybe he's not gonna hit 42 or whatever home runs, but he's gonna be a solid player. Maybe it's shortstop, maybe it's back in the outfield, center field, maybe it's second base. But someone that can hit for a little bit of power.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't walk a ton, but doesn't strike out a ton. I don't know. I think it's a solid pick, and I'm going to stick with maybe it's a little more Tanner Schobele than Luke Keeschel.
I don't think so. I don't agree with that. I think DeBarge is more of an impact bat than Schobel was potentially at the same stage. And I mean, if we look at what we'll pull DeBarge's numbers up later,
I got him up right now.
I'm really walk through his numbers this season.
So this season he was 355, 418, 699 with 21 dingers, 19 doubles, and 3 triples. So he had 43 extra base hits of his 91 hits. Prior to that, though, in 2023, 371, 448, 546, 22 extra base hits because he had 7 home runs and 76 hits. Okay. So maybe it's not a Seth says way more Schobel than Keyshow.
That's fine. That's okay. We can disagree.
He had a really, really good year. Didn't have as many stolen bases, but he was not standing on first base as much, right? But this is the type of profile that the Twins really like. What do you got now?
We got 2 more picks to catch up. I'm getting behind. I need to get a coffee here. The Nationals are taking Cal catcher Caleb Lomavita at 39. The Oakland Athletics are taking LSU third baseman Tommy White at pick 40. Dude, Tommy White and Nick Kurtz is a fascinating first couple of picks for the Athletics.
So they're going to
John Ratliff. I do not disagree with you that the Twins would have been interested in JD Dix.
Yeah. So Varsho went to UW Milwaukee. That makes sense. They've scouted Milwaukee really well. Yeah.
Dude, go ahead. Sorry. You keep talking. I got to update the board real quick here for a second.
Tommy White. There's going to be people will watch Tommy White. And I think maybe that's a problem because the A's are going to play in like a high school field the next couple of years potentially. So maybe that's not great, but he won't be up here by that time. There was rumors of White going in around 20, so I think this is a good pick for the A's. Lamavita is the last college catcher to go, so we got them all done between.
Oh, Jeremy, your heart's about to be broken, brother.
28.
Kansas City Royals are taking David Shields at pick 41.
That hurts. That hurts me.
David Shields to the Royals. Dude, your logic was so sound on it, but I'm gonna make a call. I'm gonna try and make a bold prediction that the Twins are shooting to have Joey Oki available at pick 60.
Okay.
Which is a long way from now.
But
they sure have money available for a prep hitter or a prep pitcher, whoever takes their fancy, because would you not agree that with Culpepper ranking kind of 35 on the board, DeBarge was roughly 50, I want to say. The Twins might save a little money on their first 2 picks heading into round 2 here. What do you think?
They will, but I think Washington's going to be able to do what they want because Washington just took Lamavita after taking Seaver King early. Washington's going to take a high school pitcher.
Yep, but there's plenty left, right? You got Dax Whitney, we got Ryan Sloan, Matt Trueblood, Kurtz and White going to hit 100 homers together some year in Sacramento. Wow.
Yeah. Yep. And it'll bring fans. And Brett Rooker, great. Good for them.
Dude, the Colorado Rockies have made another selection at pick 42. I'm enjoying the Rockies draft. I'm not even going to lie. They are selecting Texas outfielder Jared Thomas at pick 42. Jared Thomas to the Colorado Rockies. Let's talk about him a little bit because we've gotten away from talking through some of these prospects. I feel like we're moving along at a much better pace. First played a lot of first base at UT, also an outfielder. Excellent bat to ball skills, contact rate in the mid 80s, decent amount of walks, 11% in 2023, doesn't strike out too much. I think he has a chance to stick in center field. He hit 349, 435, 635 last year. That's a 1.069 OPS with 16 home runs, 35 extra base hits, 31 walkouts. Strikes out too much, 60 strikeouts in 60 games. But Jared Thomas, certainly a solid value, I think, college bat at this point of the draft. At pick 42 for the Rockies, he was ranked 54th overall by consensus. What do you make of that pick for the Rockies, Jeremy?
Solid pick. A little surprising, maybe not, but it's been college for them.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have a ton of money in your pool, I think that's maybe not always what you do, but Condon will break a record. So if they're trying to get help quicker, and I think that this draft is going to be made on their first two guys, and everything after that is just kind of a bonus. So did we have Bonnemer get picked by the
Caleb Bonnemer just got picked 43rd overall by the Chicago White Sox. He was a kind of metric darling early in the cycle. Prep shortstop, third baseman out of Michigan. Okay, interesting. 6 foot, 195 pounds. Fell a little bit throughout the process. Ended up at 42nd on the consensus board. The Nationals, here you go. Here's where they're using some of that money, Jeremy. They are taking prep shortstop Luke Dickerson at 44 overall. Dickerson was a guy who moved massively up the board in the final few weeks by consensus, got all the way up to 55. He's listed we have him listed as a second baseman / outfielder from Morris Knolls High School, New Jersey. I think he may have played shortstop there. 6 foot, 185, chance for speed and power, two-sport athlete, baseball and hockey, I believe. Luke Dickerson taken at 44 by the Washington Nationals, where I assume some of their savings will go.
Yeah, I would assume that too. And it's a Northeast guy. So the ceilings on Northeast guys high, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's an interesting pick. But you're gonna spend on this one. A Virginia commit, which typically those are a little bit harder to buy out. So it might cost him. It might cost the Nats a little bit extra there.
The Los Angeles Angels are up, and they have made an interesting selection. They are taking Texas A&M right-handed pitcher Chris Cortez at 45th overall. He was ranked 87th overall on our board, 21 years old, 6'1", 210, throws and hits right-handed. He's been up to 101 with the fastball, an affinity for spin, has worked mostly in relief at A&M. I think I noted in my write-up that like an organization should give him a chance to start, but it's also possible they follow the kind of Ben Joyce model with him and like start him at like AA. Curious your thoughts on Cortez to the Angels.
Is it when you said Texas A&M pitcher, I just assumed it was Prager.
Nope. No, sir.
That's weird. But then it's the Angels, so I was like, oh yeah, he throws 100. This is like a Ben Joyce thing all over again. Ben Joyce spent how much time in the minors?
If someone wants to look that up for us and drop it in the chat, that would be. It was not long. Let's put it that, because didn't they start him at AA?
I'm not even sure, but he was not
I
down
think
there.
They started him at Rocket City.
And Seth says, "Will they call him up next week or wait a couple weeks?" It's the same. It's the same thing. The same dang thing.
Okay, so we got New York Mets up at 46, Pittsburgh up at 47. Then we're going to get True Blood back on here in a little while because the Cubs have a pick coming up at 54. The picks are coming thick and fast. We're absolutely moving right along here. Yeah, the Angel. I love Chris Cortez. I don't love Chris Cortez with the Angels, especially the New York Mets are selecting Jonathan Santucci, left-handed pitcher out of Duke.
Great pick.
At 46 overall, Santucci fell a little bit over the course of the season. He was absolutely a first-round guy at the beginning of the cycle. 3 legit pitches, good frame, good athlete. Probably the second best college lefty in this class after Hagen Smith. Santucci, what are your thoughts on that pick for the New York Mets?
I really like that pick. I think I had him mocked to the Rockies. And so he's, to me, the second best lefty, college lefty in the draft. And so that's a good pick for the Mets. I'm just looking at the board here. I'm a little surprised that the tumbling hasn't been the prep pitchers as much as it's been the prep shortstops.
Yep. Seth says Joyce was drafted in June 22, called up at the end of May 23. Hey, dude, 597. Second round is every 60 seconds. It feels like every 30. I was waiting too long in the first round. Now we're going too fast. It's gonna be fun trying to churn these articles out as we get to the Twins, Brewers, and Cubs picks here in the second round. Let's quickly take a gander at the consensus board and see who we got left. Never mind. The Pittsburgh Pirates at 47 are selecting shortstop Wyatt Sanford.
There it is.
Wyatt Sanford, one of a couple of the prep guys. I like Pittsburgh's draft quite a bit so far. Independence High School in Texas, ranked 29th on our board. Overall, 6'1", 180. Left-handed hitting. Bat took a big step forward this year. Really polished looking shortstop defensively. I think he has a really good chance to stick there. That's a value pick in addition to that's a value pick for Pittsburgh based on his consensus position. Right now, Jeremy, we have Ryan Sloan sitting at 27. I'm beginning to wonder a little bit about him. Carter Johnson is next, prep shortstop out of Mississippi at 33. Tyson Lewis at 36. Dakota Jordan, college outfielder with massive power and massive contact concerns at 38. And you've got Billy Amick, Jacob Cozart, Joey Okie, Dax Whitney, Luke Holman, Bryce Cunningham, a diverse cluster of players here. Seth says, watch Santucci a couple of games this spring early. He's good. I would agree.
So I'm going to go 1 for 4 on my Twins mock tonight.
Okay.
Waldschmidt missed on him. Braylon Doughty missed on him. Braylon Payne missed on him. Kyle DeBarge, though, he was my top pick, and
there you go.
Nobody else is gone. I haven't lost anybody else. So there's hope for tomorrow that I can maybe get a couple of these right.
Dude, I tweeted DeBarge earlier in my kind of list of preferred players. The Cleveland Guardians are selecting North Carolina State catcher Jacob Cozart at 48th overall.
And he was 41st on your consensus board, and just not someone we had really talked a ton about.
I remember we spoke a little bit with Carlos Collazo about Cozart because he was originally part of that top 3 catcher group. It was originally a top 4, right? It was more Loma Vida, Yannick, and Cozart just started to drift. I think there was a lot of questions, evaluation questions about, like, is he going to be able to stick defensively? He's tall for the position, kind of like a Matt Wieters build, maybe not that large. But he had a productive enough season at North Carolina State. I don't dislike this pick in that range. The Tigers at 49, Jeremy, are selecting prep pitcher Owen Hall.
Oh.
Owen Hall goes to the Tigers at 49.
He's lower.
72nd on the board, Edmond North High School, Oklahoma, 6'3", 195, right-handed prep pitcher, 18 years old.
So this is, I think we're gonna get an answer. I'd be shocked if we didn't get an answer of the Brewers at 57.
I kind of agree, Jeremy. I'm going to, because the picks are coming thick and fast. The Cubs are going to pick soon. I'm going to bring Matt Trueblood back in. I'm going to hop off, get ready to knock out something on the Cubs pick at 54, and I will see you guys in a little bit. Matt, welcome back, buddy. How you doing?
No, new cup of coffee, new me.
There you go.
We sure it's coffee in there, Trueblood?
You know what, Jeremy? It's coffee. Yeah.
So how you been?
Fine. There really hasn't been that much happening for me this last.
Well, there's been plenty happening. It's just we got Peyton Tolley at 50 to the Red Sox, left-handed pitcher from TCU. These picks are going pretty quick, and
they start really sliding by.
He was 93rd on the consensus board, so that's to Boston at 4.
Well, remember, the Sox grabbed Braden Montgomery, so they got to get back a little money somewhere.
Yeah, that would make sense. The planning of our writing while doing this is gonna come under fire here because we're gonna have Jamie at 54, Theo at 57, and Jeremy at 60. Is gonna be
within like 4 minutes of each other.
Yep,
All right, so what I'm hearing you say is you're about to give me, who really doesn't know very much about this whole thing,
the microphone and the whole screen, Matt. You get the whole screen. No, no, we'll be good. But yeah, they're coming in a hurry. I get why they have to be 60 seconds in the second round, but I feel like if you go 5 minutes in the first round, that's a kind of a big change. If you go 4 minutes and 2 minutes, but whatever.
Well, and especially because I think, we assign a certain weight to first round picks, rightfully so. But also, we all know better than to think anything but the top 5 or 6 in any given draft is like a sure thing of any kind, right? So maybe what they need to acknowledge is more people are shifting money down the board. There might be really interesting people taking 60th tonight.
Right.
Maybe it should be 4 minutes in the first round and 2 in the second. It's the same amount of time, but it balances out the product a little better.
Well, and I think like Ryan Sloan, he's 27th on the board. He's going to have to go sometime tonight. And I would guess the Brewers really make sense at that point. So we were kind of trying to talk through this. I should maybe see there's probably been another pick here since so the Reds are taking Tyson Lewis. So he's another first page guy, 36th overall at 51. So that's another, add that to Chase Burns. That's the second pick they've made. So yeah, there's been kind of the fall of, I talk a lot about how prep pitchers tend to tumble, but it seems like it's these prep shortstops that have kind of tumbled now. And Carter Johnson's still on the board; he's 33rd overall. But we do have Joey Oakey still sitting there. Dax Whitney still sitting there. Do you have any real strong feelings as we approach the Cubs pick here in 3 picks?
No. No, I don't. I think probably I would think this is a good spot for them to get an arm. But that's just sort of, they take a really balanced approach. Since they hired Dan Kantrovitz 3-4 years ago now, they really like to sort of balance things out. And that doesn't have to mean one of one type and one of another, one college, one high school, right, that kind of thing. But it tends to sort of take that shape because, again, they don't have extra picks. It's harder for them to move money around the board. Right. They sort of have to, if we want to take a balanced approach and get a lot of prospects we like as opposed to a few and then a bunch of guys who are just barely professional caliber ball players, then they really have to sort of, if not alternate, then at least pick their spots, right? So
last year, I believe it was their second pick where they took Jackson Wiggins, who was coming off an injury. What was kind of the profile there? What they like about Wiggins?
I think mostly just the upside, right? It was a flip of the previous year when they went with Cade Horton at the top of the board. They're looking for guys who have proved that they can get out college hitters, but maybe have a significant flaw, something that really scares other teams off, that the Cubs go, well, we, accounting for the value, we might be able to turn this into a really impressive prospect. And we're willing to gamble a little bit because the floor might be decent big league reliever. And that's not what you want out of a top 2 round pick, but it's something for you to start from and to know that if we see too much trouble coming, there's too much effort in the delivery. Jackson Wiggins' case, he never learns to throw strikes. You pivot him to relief really fast. Otherwise, you've got a shot at a front of the rotation starter, which you can only say about so many guys that you pick this deep in the proceedings.
Okay, got some interesting stuff for you here. So Joe Doyle says Padres are selecting Boston Bateman at 52. Okay. And Bateman's a 6'8" prep lefty. And then it says the Yankees are selecting Vanderbilt right-handed pitcher Bryce Cunningham at 53. And then within 20 seconds. We skipped the Cubs, and he says the Seattle Mariners are selecting Ryan Sloan at 55. So the Cubs pick is in on the screen, but we've skipped over that in Joe Doyle land. So
once you get a hold of that Ryan Sloan news, you got to tweet that and not worry about whether you're in order or not, right? The Cubs took Cole Mathis, first baseman from the College of Charleston.
Third baseman, College of Charleston. So let me find him on the board. So ranks 68th on the board. I'll give you the scouting report here.
Yeah.
So he's listed as an infielder, right-handed pitcher, 6'1", 210. Mathis plays for a smaller school at College of Charleston, but has forced himself into the day one conversation through a combination of outstanding bat and ball metrics in 2023 and an otherworldly Cape performance. Smacked 11 home runs in the summer. Gaudy exit velocities in the college season. Plenty to like about his approach and swing. Been up to 97 on the mound as a two-way player, but focused on batting in 2024. And has a cannon arm, but not the best defensive actions, which may limit his defensive value. So should get a crack at third base, but could also be potentially a first baseman. So there's certainly value there, huh?
Yeah. And, you know, some of these schools that we think of as really small schools, if a player was drafted in the NFL or the NBA draft out of the College of Charleston, you go, whoa, well, this is off the beaten path. College of Charleston's a baseball school. You know, they've turned out other guys before. So it makes some sense to roll the dice. And I think Mathis really popped on the Cape. I mean, people eyes were opened there. Right. And I think that's partially when the decision was made for him to try and focus in on hitting. I think that's where his future probably is. But you know you've got a pretty good athlete when he's also coming 97, 98 off the mound. So there's some pieces.
You'd hate to waste the that arm at first base, right? I mean, any sort of athletic ability, you could put him anywhere. But so Spencer, the rumor here 55 is the Mariners are taking Ryan Sloan. So the Brewers will have to give their money to somebody else here. You got any preferences?
Joey Oakey is probably one of the top guys I like left. Just in terms of pure stuff, it's solid across the board, kind of. Daimon Hill is another one that's kind of been rising up boards that I like. But Oakey, for me, is probably the main guy. I think he's from Iowa and committed to Iowa, so that's always interesting. You wonder if he's always wanted to go there and might just be locked in, kind of. But it's kind of the fastball the Brewers tend to like. It's a low release slot with good. I don't know if the induced vertical break's great, but it plays well at the top of the zone, probably with a pretty good vertical approach angle. And then the sweeper is nasty. I mean, that's the best. It might be the best in the class. 3,000 RPMs, ton of movement. It's a good athlete. It's a guy who I think is going to throw harder than he does right now. He's played in the field in high school with decent ability. He might do it at Iowa if he goes there. I think he's a pitcher long term, but Oakey's probably the main guy for me right now.
All right, let's see what else we've had happen here. So we had Marlins at 56 pick Carter Johnson, and then the Brewers at 57 selecting prep right-handed pitcher Bryce Message. So Bryce Message checks in he is number 63. So his uncle is like the pitching coach or the bullpen coach for the Pirates.
Oh, okay.
I'll give you a quick rundown here on Message. So there were some rumors of him going to the Pirates, but prep righty from New Jersey. Loud spring, throws from a higher 3/4 slot, quick arm release, a little bit of effort. Fastball took a velocity jump in the summer, reaching 95 to 96. His dad and his uncle have like a pitching. I don't know if it's like something to do with drive line. I feel like I read something along those lines. Showing a pair of good breaking balls, both exceeding 2,900 RPM, sliders higher rates, high 70s curveball, also a changeup he's used a little bit, and a riser, cold weather riser. So a New Jersey guy who will probably take some of that leftover money, and that makes, I think, a ton of sense because they're going to have it, and I think they probably still have more to spend as they progress through the draft.
Yeah, this, just reading about him a little bit more now, it kind of gives me Josh Noth types of vibes, just because the fastball velo rose quite a bit. It's a New Jersey guy, a cold weather guy, like you said. But the breaking balls seem to be the calling card here, which was the same with Noth. So interesting. I mean, it's a little different profile in terms of the fastball than what they normally go after. But I think if you can help the fastball shape a little bit, it's a pretty good arm. I think looks like he just turned 18 a couple months ago. So another young guy, probably plays well in their models. Yeah, he's jumped up. He touched 98 this year, it looks like. And that's, yeah, it all sounds like Noth in a lot of ways to me. It's a fastball that needs some work, but the velo's jumping up and playing mostly with the breaking balls.
Spencer, do you have a sense for? Go ahead.
Noth was smaller. Message 6'4".
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, probably not as much projection in it, but he's already touching 95. So how much do you need? Do you have a sense for? We know the Brewers like multiple fastballs, four-seamer and a sinker and a cutter, or two of the three.
Yeah,
at the big league level. Do you have a sense for whether they want to get a guy in the door as a prep who's shown feel for more than one, or if they just like to teach that as they go?
They haven't really gotten many prep arms that had more than one, so I don't know if they would prefer it, but they haven't really done it much. So Bishop Letson came in with two, but he was their 11th rounder last year. But yeah, Noth was a four-seam. Trying to think back to other prep arms. They haven't gone that route a ton.
Right.
But when they
Toward
do,
the top
it's
of the board,
usually
it's not something they do a lot of.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's, I don't know. They definitely like that as they go. I'm guessing they will attempt to teach him both or work on one or the other that he doesn't have, but it doesn't seem like they care too much. They've done it with a lot of the pitchers they bring in. Even they've gone and added the sinker, even though they think, well, it's not great, but we can use it. So I would imagine they'll try to add a sinker or a four seam. I can't really figure out which one he throws. It looks more four seam, but not a great shape. So, yeah, I don't know. This is interesting. It seems like it's a little bit higher release than they would normally go for a fastball. Like they like those.
I was thinking that too,
guys.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Jamie. Did you see the Twins just picked Billy Amick?
I did. Billy Amick, highest remaining player on the consensus board, third baseman out of the national champion Tennessee Vols. I bet Julio Bourbon will be happy. I like the message pick a ton for the Brewers. Let's talk about Amick real quick. Right-handed, transition to third base, played okay. He's not going to be a great defender, a little bit too much chase and aggression in the approach, and definitely, I think, some contact concerns. We had seen Amick mock to the Twins with their pick at 21 and then their pick at 33, and at 21, that was really rich for me. I like it just fine here at 60. A ton of power in this profile. It's going to be a power over hit bat. I'm sure they'll give him a chance to start out his pro career at third base. I think this is solid value for the Twins at 60 overall. Maybe a little bit surprised that we have seen now 3 college hitters for the Twins in the first 3 picks. Kind of expecting them to spend up or kind of buy float a prep arm or bat down at some point. But Amick is I think solid value at 60th overall. What are your thoughts, guys?
Well, we talked about it yesterday, right? We said we didn't love it at love it in the first round. If it happened in the comp round, we were okay with it. Happened at 60. I don't think there's any. You can't really have any complaints. And they still have one more pick today. So that we'll see. If they draft 4 hitters, I'd be shocked if it wasn't 18 pitchers to follow.
This is fair.
They're kind of leaning into the strength of the class, right? I mean, there's a greater depth of this type of guy, maybe than usual, and less of some of the other things that they might ordinarily target.
And it's funny you say that, Matt, because that is literally a Sean Johnson quote from, I want to say, his interview with Doogie pre-draft in 2023 is like, we want to lean into the strength of the draft class. College bats is it. And we've seen 3 here from the Twins off the jump. We got Baltimore taking Virginia catcher / first baseman Ethan Anderson at 61st overall. We got the Brewers up in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks time at 67 in Comp B. Spencer, if you're good with it, man, we're just gonna hold you on until the Brewers pick again. If you're cool with it,
that's good with me.
Right on. Okay, Oki's still there at 69. Oki could still be there at 67. I gotta think that the Brewers and the Twins both like Joey Oki a ton. The Brewers, I think, maybe have a little bit more spending power at this point, a lot more spending power, but I think the Twins are probably a bit under slot too. The Atlanta Braves are taking left-handed pitcher out of Vanderbilt, Carter Holton, with their next pick, which is, where are we at now, guys? 62nd overall, Carter Holton. I'm going to update the board a little bit here, so maybe Matt and Spencer can speculate about the Brewers' next pick and where they might go.
You know, unless and until he's chosen, I don't think we take Oki out of the mix here right away.
No.
I sort of feel like messages, it's that profile, like we said, cold weather guy. Even though his consensus ranking is near where he was drafted, I sort of wonder if they think they can get him done slightly under slot. Even if it's just at slot, we know they've saved a bunch of money already. Still time to spend it, so we'll see.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering. I was thinking it probably won't be a ton over slot. Even if it's just a little over slot, they have saved, I would bet, quite a bit on those first 2. So they still have room to go high school. I mean, there are a lot of interesting college arms too if they decide to go that route, starting to get into that early day 2 group and going with it here instead. I mean, whoa, I just got a huge thing of thunder. Hopefully I don't lose power here. I've had a lot of storms in the area in the last few minutes for some reason. But we are, I mean, getting into that range where guys like Ryan Forcucci would be super interesting to me for a Brewers fit. I guess for a college guy, Dakota Jordan's still on the board too. And I could see him getting over slot as a college guy at this point, but being one of those really high ceiling guys, I could see that as a fit as well. And then, still Daimon Hill, that type of name too. I think there's still a lot of prep arms and college arms, but I think of the college bats, if they go that route, I would look at someone like Dakota Jordan.
That's a big upside play there, Dakota Jordan. Arizona Diamondbacks is selecting prep catcher Ivan Luciano.
Wow.
That is going to be maybe like, I don't even know if he's on the board, y'all. Oh, he is on the board, but he's not ranked by consensus. We have him in row 544 out of Puerto Rico. This is why I do the work. MLB actually has him ranked 220 on their board, and that's the only ranking he has out of the 10 boards that we use for the consensus board. So Ivan Luciano down in no man's land on the board. But hey, the Diamondbacks clearly have a plan. I'm guessing they're saving a good amount of money there.
Right. And they had 3 pretty high probably high bonus guys that they already took there. They didn't save a whole lot of money that they maybe had to shave off here on that next pick.
Right. I would guess that it's something.
Sorry. Go ahead, Matt.
No, yeah, you go ahead.
Texas Rangers are selecting Tennessee outfielder Dylan Dreiling. Kind
Love
of
him.
sad trombone for me. I do like him a lot. I think he's a great profile. That's 65 overall. That's right in line with kind of where he was on the board. I'll just update here in a second. Sorry, Matt, to cut you off.
No, I was just agreeing with what Jeremy was saying. They made their splashes up higher. I think the Diamondbacks had to get back a little bit of bonus. And also, I feel like MLB.com, for better or worse, whether it makes them more accurate or less so, they seem to rank guys coming out of Puerto Rico a little higher than most of the rest of the industry the last few years.
Yep. I will also add to MLB.com's kind of credit because I feel like people like to bash on them in their draft rankings. They always have guys near the back end of their list who get drafted consistently, who no one else has ranked. And so good on them. So options for the Brewers I'm intrigued by. Personally, Dax Whitney is piquing my interest a little bit. Daimon Hill. If we go college pitcher, which doesn't seem to make sense given the bonus pool stuff, Gage Jumper, Ryan Prager are the next guys up on the board. We still got Oki. Luke Holman is there, LSU Friday night starter. Certainly a ton of good players left on the board for the Brewers pick here at 67.
Yeah, you'd be getting toward an extreme, but you could even see him kind of going below or at slot one more time tonight. And then on day 2 and day 3, are they going to really, just like they did last year, just really attack that with guys who maybe are ranked 80th on some of these lists, but it's because, people were sort of building in an idea of signability, or scouts weren't looking quite as hard at them because they thought they were going to school. Some of the stuff that they did last year so well. So
Tampa Bay are taking Tyler Bell, prep shortstop out of Illinois. 19-year-old prep shortstop, Lincoln Way East High School. He is 60th on the consensus board. They're taking him at 66, so the Brewers are on the clock, and we'll see what they do shortly.
You had to kind of let go of the Dreiling dream once they picked Amick, though, right? Like that.
Yeah. Hey, we got a Tennessee guy. guy. Dreiling just felt like a very twinsy offensive profile, but we'll have to revisit that.
Even by the standards of a national champion, Tennessee is getting a lot of people picked.
They sure are.
Night 1 here.
Kavaris Tears is probably going to go at some point in the next 10-15 minutes too, I would guess. Another outfielder from their lineup was just absolutely loaded this year. It was brutal.
The reason they won.
Yes, sir. Classic. Oh,
yeah, right?
Yes. Brewers, let's go. Chris Livonis is the Brewers pick here.
I should have mentioned him. He's got the Brewers fastball.
Yes, sir. Okay, Spencer, take it away, man. Chris Livonis.
Yeah, I think I mentioned him, or you mentioned him on the pod we did, but he just feels like somebody who actually has a super high ceiling, but there's room to get into it here. He's only 175 pounds, so I think he's going to put on some mass once he gets into pro ball. He's already sitting in the 92, 93 range. He gets up to 97. He's got good extension, which the Brewers love. He's a great athlete on the mound. The fastball is like 16, 17 inches of induced vertical and 10 inches of run, which is a pretty good shape. And he's kind of got that lower arm slot type of thing that they like so that they get the vertical approach angle. So super high spin fastball as well, up to 2,500 RPMs on a fastball, which is really, really high. It'll probably come down a little bit when you're not using high school balls with the higher seam, but still, it's just the fastball is going to play really well. Sweeper is pretty good. It's probably not up there with the best sweepers in the class, but over a foot of movement. And I think he throws a cutter as well, which the Brewers love. Brewers love cutters. They're a big cutter org. And that one should be able to play against lefties really well. So I just see him as a guy who he's got a really high ceiling. He also has a curve. So he's got 3 kind of pretty high spin breaking balls, a fastball that plays well. Like, to me, this is the highest ceiling pick they've had so far, and probably my favorite pick that they've had so far.
Agreed.
And the changeup isn't great, but it's there, and it's not terrible. So a high schooler with 5 legitimate pitches, with the fastball, cutter, with the sweeper and the curve and the changeup. I mean, it's a starter's repertoire. He's got really, really good feel for spin. The mechanics are a little iffy. I think the command's going to be a little iffy at first, but the Brewers do well with that type of profile. So this feels like a really good fit for the Brewers, and somebody who could be quite good if he can put everything together.
Agreed. Twins are taking. Sorry, go ahead.
Was North New York prep? So they went New York, New Jersey with their prep pitchers here, and day ones.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Twins are taking Daimon Hill at 69, left-handed prep pitcher out of Grapevine, Texas. Let's dig into Daimon Hill real quick. Got to pull up the notes, y'all.
Spencer was just talking him up as a possible Brewers pick.
Hey, there you go. Smart organizations do smart things. So Daimon Hill, 58th by consensus, left-handed pitcher out of Grapevine, Texas, 18 years old, 6'4", 175. So if you want to talk about kind of projectability type of arm, you got to imagine they're expecting to add on significantly weight, strength, velocity. Fastball will sit. So there's a little bit of tail off here, right? The evals have been fastball will sit 94, 95 early in outings before sitting 91, 93 by the middle innings, which I don't think is surprising for a guy with that kind of frame. But it's definitely taken a hop in velocity this spring. Slider in the low 80s. That's a good spin rates on that. And then a high 70s curveball also. Low 80s changeup. He hasn't used much, more of a developmental pitch. In our report on the consensus board, we said there's work to do on the secondary pitches, strength to add to the frame, but he's gained a lot of traction this spring ahead of July. Jeremy and others, reactions to Daimon Hill, excuse me. The Twins pick at 69.
Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't have been my top choice for a prep pitcher, but again, that's what you get when you don't know any bonus demands, right? So there's Joey Oakey that's still on the board. There's Dax Whitney that's still on the board. Hill committed to Dallas Baptist, so not exactly. I can't imagine that's going to be super tough to buy him out of, but probably will be an overslot signing. The thing you're always going to buy with prep pitchers though is upside, right? And so there's plenty of upside here. Did you say 6'4", 175?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's fill that out. Let's add some velocity. Let's go crazy. So that's what you're buying. And I think when you buy that frame, they've gone the Texas route before. Cole Stewart, Texas prep. They've drafted tons of college pitchers from the state of Texas. So nothing to not like about drafting a 6'4" prep lefty with the 69th pick.
Yep. Spencer, if you don't mind repeating yourself, any additional thoughts on Hill you want to go there?
No, I mean, it's kind of like a lefty version of Lavonis in some ways. I mean, it's a prep with, like you said, I think room to fill out and add some velo. And yeah, I mean, it's big spin on the slider and the curveball. Everything's high spin for him. I haven't been able to find much on a changeup. I don't know if he has one or not. You may have I was kind of looking at.
No, you're totally great. I think he does, but it's like very developmental, like has not thrown it a lot.
Sure.
Like.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I know he was a big like up arrow guy for around the league. Like this is somebody who a lot of people thought if he got to college was going to be a potential big time pitcher by the end of his time there. So it's probably not a quick. I know high school pitchers really moving quick, but there's a really big ceiling there. And if you can develop them, which the Twins do a good job with, it could be a fun one.
Yeah.
It sort of rhymes with the Charlie Soto pick. And
Yeah.
even you can see some similarities to Darren Bowen, whom they picked up in the trade with Seattle this winter. I think they have a type, right? Or more than one type. Every organization has to have multiple types they like, but you can see a lot of why the Twins would want this, and also how it nicely, 3 college bats up top. This is where you lean into a little more risk and also some upside.
Yep. All right, we're winding down here, guys. Getting towards the end. We're getting towards the end of day 1 as we're about to pass hour 4. So let's catch up on some picks here real quick. After the Twins picked Daimon Hill, Miami Marlins selected Oregon State righty Aiden May. With the next pick, one of the best sweepers in the class. That pitch is an absolute monster. The Cincinnati Reds took LSU right-handed pitcher Luke Holman. The Detroit Tigers selected prep lefty Ethan Schiefelbein out of SoCal. And then I think we have one more, the Oakland Athletics selecting LSU left-handed pitcher Gage. Lost myself for a while.
Yeah, Gage Jump in the last one. And then we got one more pick from the Angels.
Gage Jump.
Night's done. So could this be the
Any
Angels
favorites?
Pick to advance to the major leagues? No, I was just joking. So nothing serious.
Quick, who do we still think the Angels could get to the big league in 2024?
A reliever. Who we got? I'm not going to
they've only got 3 picks. So Ryan Johnson of Dallas
Michael
Baptist.
Massey. Ryan. they could do
they
that.
took.
He throws 100.
Yeah, there we go. That answers that.
Ryan Johnson's interesting,
in a
though.
different wrapper.
Yeah. In the wrapper that throws his slider 50% of the time in college, which is really interesting because he has, I think, kind of a yucky fastball shape. But Ryan Johnson rounds us out on day 1. Wow. 4 hours, guys. Not bad. Well, just want to, as we get ready to wrap up here, thank folks for joining us. That was incredibly fun. We'll probably stay on for a few more minutes and maybe get a little breathing space to talk through these picks in a little bit more depth. Thank you, Gregory. We hated every minute of you being in the chat as well. We appreciate it. Especially want to throw a shout out to Spencer Michaelis for joining us from Brewer Fanatic. You can find all of his great work on all things Brewers prospects over there. And Matt Trueblood, Northside Baseball, Baseball Perspectives, Twins Daily, everywhere really. Regionally famous is how we've described you, Matt. Thank you guys so much for
uncomfortable even with that. But sure.
That's gonna stick. Matt, thanks so much for you guys for taking the time to join us. We really appreciate it. We will be back with plenty more written coverage. We might even hop on here for a few minutes tomorrow because it's been so much fun, at least to do a couple of the early rounds. But thank you guys for joining us today. If you want some more in-depth breakdown of some of the Twin stuff, we'll stay on for a couple more minutes here. But we're about wrapping up for the night. So thank you guys for being with Destination the Show for night 1 of the 2024 draft.
Great job, guys. See ya.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Spencer. Thanks, Matt.
See you guys.
Woo! 4 hours.
Yeah.
That was a whirlwind.
This second portion moved really, really fast. Would love to have a chance real quick to recap with you guys pick 60 and pick 69 because we really didn't have a chance to get too much into it. Jeremy, you've been writing and knocking out, and Thea, you've had like multiple articles put up at Brewer Fanatic for their picks. Thoughts on the Amick and Daimon Hill pairing at 60 and 69 for the Twins? Anyone have strong opinions on those two?
I mean, I think, as you mentioned, Julio Barbone is probably the happiest person within the Twins organization to get Billy Amick, another University of Tennessee alum. I think that's definitely it does feel more like they're going with these Tanner Schobel, Luke Keeschel types from college, and he just fits that mold greatly. And he was still just sitting there was one of those later round picks. Well, second round pick, later picks in the first day where it's if you got the best player available still on the board, why not go for him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there's value in Billy Amick at 60. And like I said, when you have an opportunity to take a high ceiling prep, you know what you're getting as a floor. But when that floor it comes in the package of a 6'4" lefty, I think you can feel
that's exciting for sure.
Yeah, you can feel okay about that. And just watching a little bit, the way he throws. I mean, it's a lot of arms and legs right now.
Mm-hmm.
So you get him into the professional setting, and there's gonna be improvement. I gotta believe though that there's not as much for the Twins as the Brewers, but there's gonna be money to spend tomorrow.
So the Brewers get my teams confused now, guys. The Twins next pick at 96 in the third round, which I want to say kicks off tomorrow at 1:00. We'll keep folks posted if we decide to hop on. Maybe we might do a Twitter space, might hop on for a couple of rounds, maybe just to do the next few picks. Because this
probably
was
nothing more than an hour.
Right.
Yeah.
Because this was super, super fun. But there's ample talent left on the board. Let's quickly talk through a couple of names that are left over here. Spencer mentioned this guy. You've got Dakota Jordan, an outfielder from Mississippi State. He's 37th on the consensus board. Joey Oakey and Dax Whitney are the notable prep arms not selected on day one. You've got Oakey at 43rd overall, Dax Whitney at 44th overall. Whitney certainly was reported to be expensive. And then if we move down the board a little bit, Kevin Bazell, a college catcher out of Texas Tech, Drew Beam, Mike Sirota, college outfielder from Northeastern, and then Ryan Prager at 65, Texas A&M lefty, and then Kavaris Tears, outfielder also from Tennessee. Any final thoughts, guys, on who the Twins might target, or who you'd be interested in them targeting at with their next pick at 80? Lost my spot now. At 96, excuse me.
Honestly, this is where it gets away from me. So my guess is as good as either of yours, really.
I'll tell you who I'm intrigued by that's still on the board, unless I missed that he was taken, and I don't think I did. Ryan Prager.
Yep.
Texas A&M ace, and isn't overpowering with his fastball. And the Twins have made improvements there. Another lefty, lots of movement, and already has some secondary stuff. I mean, you don't pitch as well as you did in the SEC and in the College World Series if you're not getting it done. There has been some injuries in the past, Tommy John surgery. Only a draft eligible sophomore, so he would probably cost some money. But he's an interesting one to me that I think has upside at this point. And there's a ton of high school preps too, but you just never know at this point who's going to go. I think I saw at one point it's like 90% of guys drafted in the top 10 rounds sign.
Mm-hmm.
But I think once we get out of day one, the compensation, is there any compensation for not signing? I know there's not for like rounds 9, 10, 8, 7. I'm not sure about round 3. But I would take some shots here. And I think
for sure,
for the Twins with it going hitter, and then pitcher, and the Twins usually just make a killing on these guys. I'm looking for guys with really good secondary stuff that have fastballs that they can make some improvement with. One name, I think I set this up. Daniel Egan.
Yep.
Guy that
Presbyterian.
Yep, at 96. Yeah, that's why I had mocked to the Twins at 96. And then there's a New York prep named Kyle DeGroat
Yep.
that I had mocked to the Twins at 126. So, there's going to be Major League Baseball players picked tomorrow, and I think the Twins have done a really good job locating those potential guys as they've got deeper into the draft.
Right on. Okay, well, we're going to call it a day there, you guys. Thanks again to everyone who took time to check out the stream tonight. It was really fun. We'll keep folks posted on our plans for tomorrow. Enjoy the forthcoming draft content at Twins Daily, Brewer Fanatic, Northside Baseball. There will be a ton of written stuff, video breakdowns. We'll do podcast recaps of all these drafts when they're all said and done. So plenty more to come. Look forward to continuing the draft on day 2 tomorrow, July 15th. Catch you later.